This is Naoki Yoshida.
This is Fern Halls.
And you are listening to Aetheryte Radio.
Aetheryte Radio.
Here we go.
Hello and welcome to Aetheryte Radio, Gamerscape's Final Fantasy XIV podcast. I'm FusionX. Joining me today, we've got a full house. We've got Zanidra, we've got Aldino, and we've got Rook. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you are having a great Saturday. Hopefully the queues have been not too harsh for you.
Zen's like, I gotta log in right now.
I knew I was forgetting something. I cannot hop into queue because we tried that last week, and well, if the intro of last week's show seemed a little weird, that's why. So the things I do for podcasting. Quick little bit of news here before we get going here. Chinese Fan Fest was last night.
Oh,
okay.
It happened.
Yeah, that was the thing. I'm just sitting here and I just see a couple of random tweets. I'm like, oh, all right. They showed off a new mount. It looks like a Lotus, which looks kind of interesting.
I'll have to find that.
We'll probably give that on Mog Station at some point.
2 years.
We will have Starlight celebrations going on right now. Started on the 16th. It will go to December 31st. So make sure to do that. Get your minions. Enjoy your random belt references. Rip belts. Let's see here. I think that's pretty much it. Congestion, again, we talked about this last week. It has been an ongoing thing. She has said that they are going to be giving everybody an additional 14 days of game time. To make up for that, they have also halted sales of the game, both physical and digital, and are stopping any new marketing campaigns from activating. So,
And you can't sign up for the free trial now?
No free trial.
Nope.
Please unhear about Final Fantasy XIV, which now features a free trial that lets you.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. You know, it's both memey, funny, and also deeply unfortunate. And it's something that a lot of people have been talking about. I mean, there's a lot of complexities in this issue, even just in the way that they hyper-specifically built their servers, and now there's this shortage of certain parts and all kinds of different things, where it's not really just pandemic-related. This is something that I think could have and should have been addressed long before something like the pandemic hit. Although obviously this combination of things that happened this past year is not something that anybody really expected. But at the same time, these kinds of intrinsic problems have been foundationally a part of the controlled their own servers for a really long time. And is part of the reason why they can't just outsource to other companies or use substitute parts and other things like that. So it's like, this is not the time you want to, from a marketing standpoint, have to be literally at the peak of hype for your game, when the most people are trying to come to it, the most people are excited over the holidays, when the most people are likely to get it, to literally halt game sales and advertising of it. That is devastating. I mean, that's really something that is incredibly serious. So it's both good because on one hand, the game's popular, but it's really bad because this is something that, I mean, is the exact opposite of what as a company any of them would want.
I mean, and it's so hard to plan for. I mean, a lot of games too. I mean, whether it's just at launch or an expansion launch, yes, there's going to be an influx of people trying to get onto the servers, but then a month later, it's going to be back to normal, you know? So it's hard to you're not going to spend such a crazy server investment just for that 1 month period. But I mean, we've obviously seen a lot of people coming into 14 lately, and it was at a bad time. They weren't really expecting it. And it's unfortunate. I mean, I shared this over on Twitter the other night, but I mean, we had some similar problems when 2.0 launched, with people not being able to log in because a lot of people wanted to play this game. And I remember that week being at the launch event for 2.0 at PAX West. It was PAX Prime back in my day. But I remember, telling Yoshida, I'm like, it's kind of a good problem to have. And he was kind of like, it's like, you could tell how much it still weighed on him. We were like, oh, they're suffering from success. Yeah. But Yoshida and the team are really bumming because of this situation. And I think it's even compounded more when you consider that they saw this coming months in advance and there was just nothing that they could do about it.
It happens to an extent to every MMO, but yeah, there's a specific combination of factors that makes this a little bit different. It's not the worst that I've seen, certainly, if you play MMOs in the last, I don't know, 20 years. I mean, even really smooth launches like Guild Wars 2, you couldn't use the auction house, right? It was pretty smooth. You could play it.
Yeah, that was
But the
for
auction
like a
house
week,
was a
wasn't
plugin.
it?
Yeah, exactly. It happens, but yeah, right now, it's the worst time for it to happen too.
Yeah.
It makes me think back to like 6 to 8 years ago at the Fan Fest when they're like, we're gonna consolidate servers because we don't need all that server space. And I'm just like,
Okay.
that is Square Enix proper's fault right there.
It's
They
tough.
made them cut that down.
That came from on high for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know.
It's really tough because I mean, gosh, it's so funny. Literally on streams for the past 2 days, I have talked about this issue. I've talked about it enough that I feel like I don't even need to do another TED talk on it. I feel, but it's something where, it's really difficult because these developers care so much about their game and they absolutely love it. And they did the unthinkable, rewriting it all in a year and re-releasing it. There are all of these things where, again, it is not something where we ever want to like diminish the efforts of the people making it and what they have managed because it's been incredible. But it's also been very interesting to me listening to this whole situation with a partner who is in these kinds of fields and deals with technology every day and programs and has done everything from software engineering to full stack web development to all these things, and hearing them talk about this. And as they say, this is something that was a conscious choice they made at some point in this game's development, where they decided to so strictly control their own servers for whatever reason that they hyper specifically build them in this exact way, and the game does not adapt to anything else. And it's like, so in one hand, it's very good because I assume it's given them greater control over exactly what they want and, maybe even over, other leaks or stuff like that. But on the other hand, it was building to this was a possible outcome of that, right? Because if you don't build something where you have flexible scaling in your servers, if you don't build something that like can adapt and change, and Aldi, you know a lot about this stuff too, so if I am misquoting this, you can please tell me, but like if you don't build and design with like this mindset of, if at some point things were too big for us to handle on our own, we could outsource, we could bring in additional things, we could flexibly adapt to the game, we could use different pieces of hardware, right? Like, unless you build with that in mind from the get-go, if something like this happens, you literally have no recourse. And you sit here and you have this moment where you're like, well, if we can't get the parts and we, can't outsource to anyone, we literally have to stop selling our game. That is like not something you ever want, and not a position you ever want to be in when you are trying to
and now
like
also
this.
21 days of free time, and that includes they're gonna include like optional stuff like retainers in that as well, so they are losing money from doing this.
To borrow a figure, I think someone, I can't remember what, I want to say Bellular, if you're familiar with that YouTube channel, I think they calculated it to be like 12 million or more in revenue.
Ooh.
From just 21 days, from however many people there are.
It's definitely not a drop in the bucket. This was a decision that they really had to think about.
Yep.
And I'm curious too if now that back in the day Yoshida was just like this guy. They're like, he likes MMOs, we'll make him in charge. But now he's climbed that ladder in that company quite a bit. So I'm curious how much of this needed to be like approved by like the other higher ups, right? They're like, or if they're just like, Yoshida says we'll do it. Like I'm really curious kind of how that discussion went down.
Well, I definitely have a feeling that they'll get whatever they want now.
Yeah.
If there was any resistance before, there shouldn't be now.
Yeah.
I can't help but wonder. I mean, this brings up so many questions for many things that I'm sure we'll talk about in the future. But with knowing that, again, they've decided, and Square Enix as a company, even according to Yoshida-san's presentation, have doubled down on like, we will put every investment, we will spare no expense with this game that we can, because it is the highest profiting Final Fantasy we have ever had. Like, if in the future with the new quarter or, with all the new stuff or the new budgets and like everything, will they dedicate themselves to a team to redesign these limitations and issues, bring on like, additional support to try and redesign in the background with a separate group, or like, will they try to figure out how to adapt and change these things that are causing these hiccups in the growth of the game? Will they instead just be able to throw enough money at just sheer server space if things are able to be dealt with, like that they can somehow secure these things? I don't know, but it seems to me like with this chapter closing and the game being so popular that I think there's no doubt of the financial investment getting huge gains back. I can't help but wonder if this will drive them to do something much bigger, like many of us have been asking about, to get rid of some of that old foundation things were built on, to get rid of some of these other things, and to, be able to invest in that in a way they maybe weren't able to when all they could think about was, well, we got to get the next expansion out.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked a little bit, about how we have our partners are, involved in various fields and stuff. Mine's involved in the gaming industry directly, and so I before we get into this, right, because we're gonna have good things to say about Endwalker, we're gonna have bad things to say about Endwalker. I want to start this off by saying a huge congratulations to the team over at Square. You guys launched an expansion in a pandemic. That is a huge achievement. Issues with servers and stuff aside, like the amount of work that was put into this is insane. So just shout out to everybody over at SE.
It certainly didn't lack for the heart that we felt throughout the story.
Sure.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. No. This, I mean, all this nonsense has been so worth it. You know what I mean? If anything, I just want everyone to play this silly, beautiful game that we love that makes us cry like babies, or have strong
babies.
opinions, or feel, like whatever we felt, it's just, I want everyone to be able to play it, so it's this kind of server thing, of course, does not eclipse the accomplishment, and they have done something really incredible, and it is amazing in this pandemic to have done it and to have released something that is so incredible in so many ways.
Okay, so if you've tuned in for our previous reviews, we're shaking things up a little bit this time around. We're gonna keep it to just the four of us. We're gonna forego guest reviewer for this patch cycle. I get it, numbers. Just to hopefully try and keep things a little bit more kind of consistent. We're also going to change the scoring just a little bit. So previously, what we would do is we would score it out of 100. We would divide it up in a way that made sense depending on, for 5 people, and we would, what the patch was and everything. We're going to kind of fall a little bit more in line with our traditional reviews over at Gamer Escape. So it's going to be a final score out of 10. We already know what the score is. We've talked about it. But what we're going to do this time around is we're going to break it down. We'll do story. We're going to talk about gameplay, which is like the big one, right? We're going to talk about battle changes. We're going to talk about job adjustments, all that kind of stuff. We'll talk about design aspects, audio, visual, all that kind of stuff. And then, yeah, I mean, that kind of wraps. Just, we're going to try and cover this.
That's what we're going to do.
As much as we can without spoiling anything.
Right.
Please wish us luck. It's gonna be rough, but so I guess we'll just jump right into this and start with our thoughts on the story. I don't want to start with the story,
but you have to.
I have to be the first one. Do I have to be the one that goes
No,
first?
you don't have to. No, somebody else. We'll do somebody else. We just talked about servers, and that was, that was a discussion. So let's talk.
And I do want to real quick too before we talk about the story. I want to say that server issues don't affect the score. It was something we knew was coming. It was something out of their control.
Oh yeah.
And so it's not like we're gonna give the game like a 3 out of 10 because like half of us can't even play. That's not happening. Server issues are not a part of our final score for this.
And thankfully, we have all been able to make it through. So we are speaking, on the other side of this. It's not like an incomplete review.
We have finished the MSQ. Yeah. We are on to other things now. So yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, then I'll start with the story.
Yeah.
So, I think that when you look at the entirety of Endwalker, right? We look at it as an expansion. You know, Shadowbringers was this kind of, I don't know, a better word for it is expansion of our knowledge about the world, and I'll spoil Shadowbringers a little bit about the ancient world and kind of the whole history of why we're here. I really think that Endwalker lands filling that in completely. Now, okay, there's some stuff that we're missing. I would like to know more about the stupid bullshit they pulled back then. You know,
Hear,
I would
hear.
love to know more. But it really, I don't think that they needed to. I didn't think that we were going to get as much about that whole history as we did, but I like that they did it. I really think that they needed to now in retrospect, but I kind of liked it.
That section where they do especially present the story that you're specifically talking about was my favorite part. My favorite section. It was so good.
It was definitely one of the more
when you go
interesting.
in,
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
you go
all
in and
know
you
me.
don't think they're gonna like swathe you in this beautiful like blanket of lore stuff. You think you're just gonna get like a tidbit, and then boom, you're in an ocean of beautiful knowledge.
Yeah, that's definitely something to talk about. Did we all think that to start? Like, okay, well, this can't be a full zone or anything like that.
I mean, I think that was a big metric for a lot of Endwalker. And again, not going into spoilers, but like there were many things that I thought to myself, oh, they wouldn't go there. You know, in my wildest dream, I would XYZ. And even in my playthrough, I'd say it out loud. I'd be like, ha 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 ha, I would blah, 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 blah. And then 2 minutes later, I'd be like, it's happening. It's happening right now. They did it. They went there, you know? And I think that in certain regards with different lore, that really, really worked. And like you said, in those areas that they filled in regards to what we know of the ancients and things like that, and again, being really, really vague, I do agree. I think that was a huge highlight of this expansion because it did feel like they went further than they had to in many ways. And I am just very, very grateful for it. Now, of course, am I greedy and do as you do?
Oh, yeah.
Do I also want everything and more?
Give
yes,
me more.
but like it was amazing, and that was so, so, so incredible to witness.
Yeah, I think that was definitely one of the more interesting areas for sure. It was also for me like where things started to be like,
I see.
Well, that explains why our scores are so high and yours is so low.
Yeah. There were a lot of things that I took issues with. Going back to Shadowbringers, I think that what Endwalker serves to do is to be a sequel and finale for Shadowbringers, not for Final Fantasy XIV.
I disagree with that also.
And
I too.
And that's okay. There were I think a lot of this too, right, is kind of from my own headcanon, right? Having played this game for as long as I have, right? I mean, I started with like 1.0 alpha, right? So like I have had 10 years for my brain to think of how I've wanted this to go. And the way that I kind of imagine it is that I had all these expectations and predictions that I placed neatly on a table. And then the narrative team came and then they just flipped the table. But it feels like they did that just for the sake of flipping the table. It feels like they just wanted to like, oh, you're expecting one thing, but it's something else. And it sat wrong with me. There is some character development that happens that does improve on some of the issues that I have had with certain characters.
Sure.
But then ultimately for me, you know, going into this, we're like, how are they going to top Shadowbringers? How are they going to do it? In my opinion, they haven't. The antagonists in this expansion are the most boring this game has ever seen. In my humble opinion,
I can
see. They did not top Emmett Selk. They didn't. And again, that was the bar they set, right? They like 20 feet in the air,
right?
And they didn't hit that mark, as far as I'm concerned.
It's funny, Fusion. Sorry, Aldo, if you want to go.
Oh no, go ahead.
Are you sure? Would you like to?
No, I was going to change subjects. Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to say on that note, I mean, there's a couple things in there. There are definitely certain, I agree and disagree with you,
Sure.
Fusion, and there are certain things that I can absolutely see that would lead you directly to this is an evolution of Shadowbringers, right? I do think that Shadowbringers in particular took a lot of what was already happening in the game, right? And then gave it a greater context than we can assume a lot of stuff that was written earlier had at the time it was written. Now, are there some parts of this where I think it's a little bit more tenuous than others in the ways that they connected or explained things? Yes. Are there certain things within the context of Shadowbringers that, like you said, I truly think they built a successor in Endwalker, that if we look back over the course of the game and in retrospect, if they had been designing this game with every single thing that they had in mind from beginning to end, if Ishikawa had been in charge of it from beginning to end, I think this would have been a very different experience. So all of that to say, I do think that as the game has evolved, they have taken the story and evolved it in ways that doesn't necessarily, yes, 100% always work super, super perfectly with the rest of what's been established. All of that to say, though, I think that, at least for me, the way they sold it worked. I honestly was like, I kind of love it. And there were some parts that I didn't love as much, and most of it comes in, exactly as you said, with the villains that we had. But the rest of it, a lot of it, I was like, I think that this is a testament. This is incredible. The tiny little nods, the little dialogue things. There's like a single line that references this quest that goes back in there. If you go on to do the job quests, those even tie further into each of the zones and, post expansion for what was happening with those people.
It's so good.
There's all these details that are so incredibly worked in, and there's such an attention. I couldn't even believe this. People were telling me that the shots of Limsa, this is all I'm going to say, the shots of Limsa are direct parallels to 1.0.
Yeah.
And shots that you had in 1.0. There are incredible moments like that where it didn't just feel like they were, tossing stuff out just to have nostalgia stick at the wall, but it actually felt like they had consciously gone, we have meticulously kept track of everything in this game, and we are going to figure out how to use it. Now, and we can, maybe circle back to this later, and I'm sure there's going to be many other things. I do agree with you in that at the end of this, I was still not sold partly on the villains that we had. One part of the villains that we had, I was not sold on. But I was fascinated to learn that in contrast, apparently, the Japanese audience is massively sold on that element, whereas I myself found it the least pleasant and most poorly done thing in the entire story.
I wanted to change topic to.
I think if
villains.
Real quick before you get into that, and I think how I would describe their approach with villains, and we all know my thoughts on certain characters.
Before we go into villains,
okay.
Gosh, I've been sitting on this. Where is it? Let's pull it back out of the wandering parts of my brain. The whole. Okay, so I've sat through many franchises of things, got to the end, and felt very dissatisfied. Like, that was not, things were not tied well together. In the case of this, in the case of everything that I've seen from 1.0 up until the end of Endwalker, I was extremely satisfied. Okay. There were things that were not perfect, which we will move into very shortly, because I agree with all of you. There are villainous elements that I was quite dissatisfied with. But overall, the story, discounting that certain part, I felt very fulfilled and satisfied by the way that the story tied together. Lots of franchises just do not tie their shit together well at the end. And I felt that this one did.
I mean, and that's even if they have the chance to do so, right? I mean, think about how many, like, could you imagine if they canceled Lost after season 4? Like, it's that kind of thing that they at least had the opportunity to finish it here. And I have to wonder.
Even as I approached what I figured was the end, there were times when I thought, if they cut it off here, I would be satisfied. And then they gave me some more. If they cut it off here, I would be satisfied. And there is some more.
It's like Lord of the Rings. It has like
Yeah.
5 different endings where you're like, okay, and then
Yes.
screen fades to like, oh no, we're going back to Rivendell. Okay.
And I have to give them props because this was something I never expected them to do. There's a problem, and it's been talked about with many other MMOs. I mean, World of Warcraft comes to mind because much of the actual world building and story building of that game was done in supplementary books. That if you haven't read the books, you don't really know the things. If you haven't done a huge amount of research, you don't really know this stuff. So 14 has always been specific in the supplemental materials that they include. These short stories that are accessible to everybody online, the lore books. I was actually really astounded by the amount that they even took from those and just put
They
straight
put it
in the
back
game.
in. That was so great.
So that people didn't have to read them to get what was in them, which is huge.
But if you did read them, you kind of have a little bit of extra, you know, kind of.
Or you're
kind of
sitting there
in.
going, "Hey!"
Yeah, exactly. You can tell like we've done like some of the same questions, like, oh yeah. So yeah, I think villains. I think, and it's funny. Who was this? Formerly unknown in the chat nailed it. They went to anime with these characters. And I think, you know,
Or at least one of them.
Sure.
One part of this equation.
And it's weird because, you know, coming from like 1.0, it was a very different tone. And even with ARR, right? And I think somewhere around like the introduction of like Asahi, right, in Stormbound, they're like, let's just go full crazy anime faces.
Well, that's not true. Gaius in 2.0 was very anime.
Emmett Selk's original introduction was very much the same. And they used, again, him play acting, this theatrical thing. When he was first put into the game, I was like, I hate him more than anyone. And now I'm here, like, you know, Shadowbringers happening and everything.
Yeah.
And I was like, I would die for this smelly garbage man.
What I think happened here is they present us with this ridiculous figure and you go, and then they explain them and you go, oh. And one of those didn't come through so well. At least for the Western audience?
For some. I mean, honestly, I've been surprised because I won't lie. Overall, and again, any critiques that we have about this, everybody's going to have different opinions on these things. Everybody's going to resonate with different expansions in different ways. And that's what's beautiful about a multi-chapter, multi-part game. Some things might resonate for people, some might not. And international audiences are an entirely other thing. Yeah. So this is just our limited perspective, each of us as individuals, right? I will say this. In regards to these villains, I did feel like, trying to figure out how to phrase this in the most obscure, wonderful way. Okay,
right? It's hard.
I think that for me, this particular expansion had some of the highest highs and maybe a couple of the lowest lows, in the sense that there was, and I think this comes from Ishikawa, I think this comes from, I mean, the whole writing team supporting her, but we've especially seen with her as a creator, there is this sense of humanity in what she writes. There is this unbelievable tenderness, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Where like it is something so, it's like this little thread that connects people. It's very hard because I would just want to basically write verbal poetry about it because it is something that is so ephemeral and so lovely about characters. And part of this setting somebody up and then explaining them, I think did come from her nuance in writing. And I do think that in Endwalker, we see some of the most delicately fragile, like a flower, the most delicately fragile concepts, some of the biggest, hardest concepts I've ever seen dealt with in an MMO. Some concepts that literally, and they bring this up in the game, are dealt with in multiple philosophies, religions. I mean, it's just unbelievable, the stuff they put into this. I mean, when you look at the existential things in this expansion, it's massive. And then amidst it, there are these beautiful, fragile moments of humanity and what it means to be a human. And for me, in the villain aspect, one half, by the end, I could see that tenderness. The other half, I was not convinced. And although I think that there are many things about the other half that metaphorically they make sense. They're there. You can absolutely say this is how this, might have been used. This might be what it means in the greater context. This might be what blah, blah, blah. But I found that I didn't actually have moments in the story itself where the story said, here it is. It's been a lot of everybody having to be like, well, but because of blank, blank, blank. And I'm like, okay, but where is the scene that sells that? Where's the scene that says to me, this was our intention with this, as opposed to having to jump to little conclusions? And for me, that was my most, I have lots of feelings that we'll get into in spoilers cast, but I particularly thought that it was a disservice to the rest of the beautiful expansion, and I hated it.
Here's an observation. You are like, we're talking, and all of this is 100% valid, but we're going to be talking about two separate problems that I'm seeing, two different groups of the community having. One has a problem with, let's say, a villain that has been here for a little while, right? And the other group has a problem with a new villain, let's just saying, just flying through the narrative now. And they are the exact opposite type of people, right? There are some people who do not like,
very boring and uninteresting.
Right. Like, some people are like, I don't like this because I don't like this person and I haven't for a while. And some people are like, I don't like this because they're brand new and I don't like what they have brought to the story.
Yeah.
So
I was dancing around if we would say like new character. Now that we have, I think my biggest problem with the new character, chances are if you've gone through MSQ, you know who this is by now. We'll call them M. There wasn't enough time with them for them to have any type of emotional impact on what they did.
I don't consider that character a villain.
Me neither.
See,
and that's another thing. Yeah.
See, and that's exactly where I wanted to go to. That's why I wanted to talk about villain. Because, to me, without spoilers, there's like, one of the mysteries of Shadowbringers is, why did that happen to them? Right? Why did that happen in the first place? And to answer that question, to me, we always knew that something had to have done it, right? Something had to be that thing that, even if I say it, you know what I'm talking about. But something had to be that thing. So no matter what it was going to be new. So I was just kind of expecting something new. Always. Because, like, nothing we knew could do it.
Yeah.
It's fascinating because I think that when it came down to it, this might be the most frustrating and the most wonderful thing about this expansion. Because, especially in fantasy, I think we look for world-ending fantastical reasons for things, if that makes sense, right? Big bad, the thing, the stuff that happened. And I always assumed that, obviously, like you said, Aldino, there's something bigger. There's something we don't know. I assumed that knowledge it must have lain somewhere within the timeline.
Yeah.
But I assumed that it was something unknowable, unfathomable, and bigger beyond, a more abstract ideal, I guess. A more abstract idea. But I think one of the things that I found profoundly moving about Endwalker was that it is a study of ourselves, the idea that beauty and ugliness, hurt, comfort, joy, sorrow, despair, hope are in our own hearts was a core of this theme and in the realization of all of these themes. And honestly, to me, tracks all the way back through this game. When I think about the moments where I have been moved by this game, it has been those moments of humanity and introspection. Of course, there are greater things happening. There are greater metaphors. There's a fantasy metaphor. There's a magical element. You know what I mean? But this game has always, and it hooked me from the get-go, because of the core of that struggle and the characters and the hope and the beauty that gets realized throughout it, just as there is darkness. And in that sense, they sold me on the evolution of the theme. Now, I do not discredit that I never think that introducing an element beyond comprehension that is suddenly the thing that is the source of all thing, that is, I don't think that often works. And I think there is critique to be made about it.
Certainly.
But for me personally, by the end, I was powerfully touched by it, to be honest. Especially in this time, especially when we have faced our own reflection in many ways these past few years throughout the pandemic. So, yeah.
I wasn't really sure how to address pretty much what you said. So I was sitting here kind of going, just maybe don't say anything, self. But the way that I don't view that particular character as a villain is because there is a different element that is quote unquote the villain in that, and that's the thing I don't want to say. It is something that everyone has.
Yeah.
And that is not new. That has been there from the beginning, just like you were just saying. So I don't view this tool of a character as the villain so much as the thing that they expressed that can be both wonderful and terrible.
And I won't lie, like, it took me a bit to get there. And some of it is because of these other factors that we're talking about, these other antagonistic forces in the world. Again, I don't actually think, if we're looking at the full narrative here, like I said, the highs to me were so profoundly high that I really think this is one of my favorite games of all time. But that is not to say, like I said earlier, that the lows were not low. And there are various parts where I really think that they wimped out on exploring something. Other areas where they went full ham with exploring a thing in such a moving way that I couldn't believe they'd done it. But particularly in relation to these villains, and a couple of the villains that we were talking about, and certain forces, antagonistic forces, there were a few scenes where I was like, where is the payoff on that? What you did in the setup was amazing. That was so good. But then you just kind of went like, oop, and then you just like did a little dance on out, like da 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 da.
Yeah, there was,
and we're not going to do that more.
There was one spot in the MSQ where like they just like they climbed up to the tallest building on Amarot to drop that ball for me. Like there was, and again, right, expectations built up over 10 years, right? There was just one spot where it's just like, that was the last thing I expected you guys to do, and I thought that was terrible.
And I agree. I think that there were parts where they shortchanged something. And because of that, I think that especially a few of the more controversial things that we will eventually get into in the ending, right? I think that because of that, those things to me would have landed really well if they had used those different elements to their full extent, if they had used those different specific antagonistic forces and really given them a strong context amidst all the other stuff that they were doing so beautifully. If they had really, really, like I said, one half of this equation, I do think is well contextualized. The other half, every time it felt like we just were 2 steps short of what I needed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To really contextualize what this momentum, what my feelings were in regards to this element, what would set the stakes high for me, what would elevate them as an ongoing and growing threat, as opposed to just a static element that just is as it always is. Like, that's where I really felt shortchanged. And with a couple of those beats surrounding them, same deal. It didn't quite hang together for me.
I'm gonna 100% admit I don't really know what beats you guys are talking about, but I know that they keep saying story's over, story's cut, story moving on, right? But they can't do that. It has to be tied in there somewhere. So I say, I don't know what points you're talking about. So this could be absolutely a moot point as far as what you guys feel is lacking. But they do need threads to pull forward from that old story into the new story. And I'm hoping that that's what they're going to do with the things that you guys feel lack.
I think what Fusion and I are talking about is pretty final. I think.
Yeah. And in terms too of going forward a little bit, Yoshida has been telling us that like with this expansion, we'll have a really good idea of where we're going next. They put up a whole murder board of potentials, and they didn't point to a single one and said that. Like, we have no idea. Like, maybe there's like some things that were talked about more than others, but they never gave like a definitive like we're going here next. Like, it was just there's a million possibilities.
I mean, that's true.
Which I get. They need to have options on the table.
Yeah.
But there really wasn't this sense of like, all right, like things are wrapped up now. That concludes the Hydaelyn Zodiark saga, and now if you'll continue with me down here, we're going to go ahead and pick up the 6.1 arc. It didn't have that kind of finality.
I don't mind that at all.
No. I mean, I don't mind it, but I feel like for me, the way that they've been marketing this, it didn't feel as like definitive as I felt like it should have. In a lot of
me,
I feel like they definitely did give us some pointers as to where we're gonna go, but with what they normally give us in expansion, I don't feel like we can go to those places yet. Like I feel like we need new areas.
Enjoy your Wurlitz and Bojas for 6.x.
But
Well-
I mean, they did mention as well that as opposed to having a finale in the patch cycle, this patch cycle is supposed to firmly start us on the next arc.
Mhm.
So, I mean, once we get through this, additional bonus content and the raids and things like that.
Yeah.
So I assume that some of that focus of clarity will come in there.
To
You
me,
definitely can't. Sorry, you go. It's your
Oh.
turn.
Aldino, you go.
to me, it's crystal clear. It's literally crystal clear, which is a spoiler and not a spoiler. We know what our duty is next. Yes, that saga's over. That's done. It's very definitive. And now our job is right in our hand. We know exactly what we need to do. It doesn't matter which direction. It just matters that that's what we're
Okay.
gonna do. That's
Okay.
what
You're
I'm
saying,
saying.
bro.
That's what I felt.
I understand how you're phrasing that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. That's our job now.
But
Literally was told to us.
It's the end of a story, right? So it kind of, if like they're saying they want it to be the end of a story, it
Mhm.
needs to feel a little final, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
And,
and
it's
I
an
think
MMO, so it's from a different perspective, of course, but it's also like, all right, that's it. Where it's happening next, you'll find out next time when you open the next book.
And thinking about it, right? Like, I think a part of this too is that there's still a little part of me that's still in disbelief. Like that's how they ended it. And so maybe that's why I'm coming at it from that angle.
It's true. See, I'm on the other side of this because I feel very lucky. And I'm curious to hear again how everybody feels.
Mhm.
But again, personally, I feel very lucky because in my own checklist of what are the things I would want in the expansion, it was like this was hyper tailored to my interests. Every single thing that I personally niche love in Final Fantasy XIV was all up in this expansion. Most of the major characters I love, all up in this expansion. And look at more beautiful than ever. All the
Mhm.
little weird lore topics. So many boyfriends and girlfriends for me to gather and put in my arms and just hold forever and cry on them.
Mhm.
Just cry so much. There were so many areas that, to me specifically, I have been obsessed with in this game that all panned out in this expansion, and I loved every single second of it. Now, the one thing that I've seen in chat a few times and that I did want to bring up is the pacing overall. Because I have seen several people talk about the fact that there maybe were some areas that had stumbling blocks for pacing, and I would like to acknowledge that. Because I think that other narrative beats aside, yes, there were a few parts in this expansion where things kind of ground to a halt. And I think the nature of that is that they really wanted people to have a lot to dig into. Like I said, many of these places, areas, topics, conversations, lore, were things that personally I find incredibly gratifying to learn about. Many of them I also think did have a lot of good payoff, at least eventually in the setup, like with the setup to the final culmination of scene. But there were quite a few times during this where I was like, okay, we could have cut this down by like 5 quests.
I don't need to be doing this.
Yes, you don't need to make me go to the 8. You don't need to make me do all of this.
But you
in
need
this
to
part.
help prepare that buffet.
Like, it's stuff like that.
True.
Gosh, and I also just cannot stand, I like the new follow and companion mechanics that they put in. I think those were an incredible way to help make it more interesting as you walk through the environment to make things feel more flowy. But I never want to see another sneak behind this character quest, if ever. I don't ever want to see it unless they make it easier and better, because It drove me nuts. No dialogue, nothing of real relevance. Get almost to the end, they see your toe, suddenly you have to do the entire thing over again. Like those moments were also issues for me in that there were times where it felt like the story was taking off and flying. And I would have rather seen them take, again, you need balances, so sometimes you need the little funny moments, you need all the other things, and I think they did a great job of that, contrasting and, keeping things fresh in that sense. But there were several sections where I was like, you could have taken this whole chunk and literally just given me cutscenes, again, supporting maybe some of the evolvement of what's happening with these other antagonistic figures and things, and I would have been better off for it than having to do this that I'm doing now for 2 hours.
I think a lot of the issues with this, I mean, when you again, right? I mean, we're not going to be able to talk about this without comparing it to previous expansions. You look at Shadowbringers, right? It's like, okay, we're going to the first. We're doing these areas on the first. We're in this like one kind of more or less contained area, right? With Endwalker, it's like, okay, we're in Thavner, we're in Garlemald, we're in Starland, we're on the moon. It's all over the place. And I think that they had a hard time keeping that narrative focused because there were so many different components to get. And that's not even talking about like other spoilery areas. Like there's way too much going on in this expansion. And I get that there are probably some threads, right, that they do want to tie up. And they're like, well, this is how we have to do it if we're going to do it in this expansion. But there was just, it was all over the place, I think, narratively. And Zen is like really trying to like hold something back.
Zen needs to
I
say
just
something.
disagree.
And that's okay. Okay.
So I did every now and then feel the pacing. There were 2 spots, which I could not tell you where those spots are at this point, where I was like, we could move on. But overall, I didn't feel like it dragged. I was really, really wrapped up in things. And I think maybe it's the previous like super emotional thing was still holding me up or pulling me down, as it were, with tears of good or bad kinds as I was moving through the stuff. There were very few times where I felt things were dragging. But there also were times where I was thinking, this works really well for me. I'm totally cool with just having done 14 cutscenes in a row, but I wonder if somebody else would be tired of this by now. So
Yeah.
like, I could see where there probably were points where people were like, and next, but I was fine with it. And I liked going from area to area. I honestly hate going to an area, doing the whole thing, being done, you can fly, leaving and never coming back. I really like jumping around through all the areas.
Well, for me, it wasn't that it was just different areas, right? I mean, you look at Shadowbringers, like the Shadowbringers was made up of different areas. It's going to completely different like regions. It's that same kind of feeling with like Stormblood, where it's like, okay, we're now Amigo, now we're in the Far East. Like, why are we going back and forth between these like 2 things? Like, just tell a story in one area. And it was even worse than Stormblood in that regard.
At the time, I feel I recall having felt that so I'm just going to change that thought entirely. I disagree.
I don't like what you said, so I'm going to change it.
The whole duality of Stormblood, a lot of people take issue with it. And I was actually talking to some friends about this last night. A lot of people just say, I don't like that there were 2 stories. And I don't think that's how people feel. I think that they like that there were 2 stories, but neither story got enough time. Neither story was full. Both stories were like 3/4 done. So they needed more put on them. And as I was just saying, there's like 500 extra cutscenes in Endwalker. I feel like they took that extra time and put the extra story into all those different places.
But at the same time, they introduce a lot of little things that just feel like they're just like, oh, and we'll throw this in here to answer some questions, and we'll throw this in here. It's even worse.
It's time to answer the question. It's the end of the story. It's time to answer the question.
I will say, because this is strong feelings on this. And Aldino, I know we also cut you off a little bit ago, so I also want to make sure to turn it over to you after this. But Fusion, I love you so much, and I want to preface with that.
Okay.
I agree with Zen in the sense that I don't believe this was the same case as Stormblood. Stormblood, it did feel like we had 2 different regions, both of whom had their own, although common struggle against a common enemy, right? Had their own people issues, persecution, cultures, space and time. And I agree with Zen in that it truly didn't feel like I got a sense of those places. We got glimpses. I think more than anything, I felt like I got a strong sense of Doma Hingashi, but I really still Alamigo is this big weird question mark.
Yeah, Alamigo was a dungeon. Thank you very much for that.
And it's like Alamigo, sure, there's things there and there's lore that you can find and there's supporting lore in the game. But again, I agree with Zen in that it really felt to me as though not only the details and the environments in this expansion, which took it to an entire other level of telling the story, but the side quests, the story, the context, the characters we met. I was not completely convinced on the first zones because I was voicing every single line and they were 3 times as long for me. And like the first part of them, I was like, oh my gosh, this is great. And I love all this lore. But like right now, I really want to get into the world ending. Like, why does it not actually feel like the world is ending? But when we circle back to Thavnair, and that's all I'll say about it, that one knocked it out of the park for me. When we circle back to Sharlayan, there were some good parts, but some not as good parts. But overall, the world as a whole, I loved the variety. Because to me, I'm always like, if you are in a fantasy game, give me fantasy.
Sure.
Give me the zones. And these zones, I think, thematically told a story that even going between them was so strongly realized that to me, I was like, this is incredible. Because again, we're drawing on those more ethereal or the less tangible ties, right? So it's not that they're geographically in the same region. It is that this is a story that has plagued the lives of people here in so many ways, and all living things in so many ways. And so those ties that you see them, the beauty and the misery of humanity, I say humanity referring to all sentient spoken life in Final Fantasy, just as a term. But the humanity that ties those zones together is incredible. The one zone that I absolutely 110% agree with you on, that I do think was underused and felt abrupt and strange, was the moon. And that's the one to me that told a really phenomenal story in parts, but I could have used more that was relevant to the big thing that happened.
I also feel like it's the smallest. Like actually physically the tedious.
Before I have this thought kind of float out of my head while we're still somewhat talking about like comparison to Stormblood. I think one of the issues that people had with Stormblood is that they put Alamigo to the side in favor of something new that we didn't know about, right? That being the Far East, Kugane. There are parallels with that idea and Endwalker, and that's the same reason that I hate a lot of elements of Truce in Endwalker, is because there are things that we know of, there are things that we expect of certain things, and instead they're like, here's this cool new thing, and you're like, but I like the other thing. And that's, I think, what ended up kind of hurting it for me. And yeah, I mean, you talk about things that maybe feel underutilized. Some cool stuff happens on the moon. They also literally dropped the ball from the moon down to the planet. Like that was one of
That's not how gravity works.
Well, you know what? For the analogy that I'm trying to tell, it does. I mean, and I talked about this earlier. There was this one spot where they really just. Anyway,
see, I don't know. To me, like the zones themselves that we went to, we're not going to go into all of them, but and I hate to say this because I love the first, I do. Other than the moon, I think every zone there has more character than every zone in Shadowbringers, minus the last one. It's like. Sure, I didn't like a lot of the parts of the Sharlayan zone. I'm just going to say, even though we know what zone that is, the whole second half I could do without, honestly. 100%. But it's the theme and the experience you have in them way better than a zone like Lakeland. It was just, you kind of went through it. There's some stuff that happens, but people, when you went to the Hero's Gauntlet, you wouldn't even notice you're in Lakeland. I know people who are like, where are we? Oh, yeah, whatever. Oh, it's purple trees. We must be in Lakeland. But compare that to Thavnair.
Yeah.
Like that's, you have a whole different color. So I think they did a great job with the zone, but yeah, maybe because they were bouncing around, it felt a little unfocused. And I think it was only the first quest.
They had a nice like variety. I mean, you think of the first, right? You have Ilmeg and Lakeland, which are color palette wise similar, right? But then you have Amarang, and then you have the Tempest.
Yeah.
You know, and then with Endwalker, you have Thavnir, you have Charlian, and then you have the Moon, and then you have this other zone that's just like like lore vomit that's just awful.
Awful.
I hated the last area. I thought it was terrible.
Oh, Fusion, you hurt me.
I thought
so
it was
much
terrible.
inside.
It
hurt me.
Again, they put that bar so high with Shadowbringers, and they did not hit it in Endwalker.
I think this is the least we've all agreed ever.
Probably.
And honestly, I'm not surprised. I really think this is going to be a massively divisive expansion.
Yeah.
Just the stuff that's in it. Aldino, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Not about that.
Okay, like the last zone. The last zone. Do we want to get into the last zone?
Yeah, I definitely want to.
As vaguely as possible.
Yeah.
I'm glad you don't like it, Fusion. I'm happy you don't. Because
what are you trying to butter me up for?
I'm happy you don't like it. I'm trying to make it so that it doesn't seem like we're just dogpiling you. Because I know there are other people who won't like it. And that's fair. Like, I can understand, even if I don't agree, I can understand, right? It is very ambiguous. It is very different. It is abstract in many ways. It is, in and of itself, a bizarre sort of thing in which you are left with no understanding. You know, it is not something that we would have expected, given what we know of everything, to be something that is a culmination worthy of, I guess, this fight for this world that we have. Now, on my side of that, I was completely and utterly blown away by this zone. I think the details in this zone, to me, and again, just with the way I resonate with story and narrative, gutted me. Quite honestly, I thought the idea, again, of taking something that we conceived to be a fantastical hero's journey and turning it inward in this unbelievably philosophical way that was so haunting. And the details, oh my God, the details. I stepped off that ship, I saw a thing, and I went, and I immediately was like, this is this! And I lost it, because again,
that is
of my
exactly
own
what I did.
But then also it wasn't, but kind of was, but
Well, but again, I think that it was brilliant, because you're right. It was confusing, and I did have moments where I was going back and forth, like, is this actually a thing? Is this a cause we can care about? Is this a thing that we can't? What is this, right? But given the greater context of everything, given the greater context of Heavensward, of the other expansions, I mean, of every expansion, like, this is the thing, of Stormblood, of the raids, of everything. They talked about the fact that the idea of all the content in this game would culminate. And to me, to culminate it in this way, that was so emotional. And then to work in these details, not only of what abstract meaning connections that we have to one another in our lives culminate as, to create this experiential exploration of how we love one another and how we grieve. And there's so many things. It's very hard to explain, and I don't want to say more. But the musical details.
So I think what's important to say here is I'm not saying that there weren't good things in this zone, right? Musically, there were some very cool things. Narratively, I feel like they tried to like make you feel emotions, but it ended up being very transparent in some areas, and it fell flat hard for me in this final zone. I think as a zone, it doesn't work. I think what they wanted to tell with this area needed to be told in phased instances. As a final zone, you think Azizla, you think the Tempest. This final zone, it's lore vomit. It's there.
Someone in chat used the word disjointed, and I agree. It is disjointed, but it's supposed to be. It is supposed to be disjointed.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
can't say
I
why,
agree.
but it is supposed
Yeah, no,
to be
and I
disjointed.
agree. Yeah, it is very disjointed. And I think when I think of a zone, I think of, something that
I
feels
think
more whole or complete.
I think running into those things that make you go, what? Wait, what? I think you're supposed to get hit in the face with that and go, but excuse me? I think you're supposed to be feeling those
But
emotions.
also
You're
to
supposed to be
to a
confused.
point though, it feels like they're trying to shake things up for the sake of just shaking things up and making it different.
Disagree.
And that's not always a good thing.
I mean, like I said, Allie, no, you go.
Well,
Yeah.
well, I would say, yeah, it's literally on purpose. Like we can't spoil, right?
It's hard.
This last zone. This last zone. But I can see why people are upset. Okay, and I will say right now why people are upset and why it rankles some people is that the choices of what each level were and how convenient it was to our story, and I disagree with that. Right? You think it's a cosmic thing, let's just say. They could have picked any ways to illustrate it except for those ways that they illustrated it. And I saw some people being like, okay, so there's this many of these and these are the ones you show. I disagree with that. But that is one thing that I definitely wanted to say. Yes, I know it's convenient. Yes, it's a video game. It's going to be convenient.
Oh yeah.
But
for sure.
The makeup of the zone, yeah, I disagree. It's literally on purpose to make you feel bad. And yes, that sucks as far as game design. But so does the silent protagonist. I mean, like we deal with that. Like,
we talked at the end of Shadowbringers.
Yeah, it's true. We did.
I want. Okay, the one thing you said, and I actually think that you feel very similarly to me on this zone, Aldo. Which as big thinkers, of course. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just teasing. What I'm thinking about with this is that for those who gravitate more towards something that is tangible and absolute, this zone will probably not resonate. For those who are fascinated by philosophy, the study and discussion of existence, life, meaning, for those who are interested in the ripples of history, for those who, have in their own way, in some way, be it through fantasy fiction, tried to explore the understanding of. It's very hard to put into words.
See, but
yeah,
the greater. Sorry, go ahead.
It's not like you like this if you're smart. That's what it's going to sound like when you're done with that.
But it's not really. It's not. I know, and you're right.
It
sounds like that.
It's because it's like it's very nebulous and it's not on the surface, and it probably needed to be. See, Amarat's on the surface, even though it's not. It is on the. It's such a big moment that
yes. I think
you don't get it.
I think there are a lot of people.
You don't get it here.
Yes, I agree with you. I'm sorry, I'm talking over because I'm just too excited, and I was like, it's just there's so much to be passionate about. I absolutely agree with you. It is not a judgment of intelligence by any means. It is something where I think many people will not maybe first glance get what they were trying to do, and it is very sad. And like you said, Aldina, where it's just like, it is like all this stuff is here to make you sad, which I actually don't believe to be the case, but is very much the impression, if that makes sense, right? Like, as I was going through it, I was stopping every 2 feet to just go on a tangent, and I was crying, and I was talking about stuff, and I was like, because, again, it is such a massive abstraction, and I think there is something very much to be said about, again, if you're serving a huge audience and this kind of thing will land so devastatingly on some people, but very much miss the mark with others, did they then really, really bring it in a way that delivers this to everyone? Maybe not. But from my perspective, as I played through it, as somebody who has always been fascinated about learning about things so beyond me, beyond what I think I know, and these abstractions and these metaphors and these ways that we try to understand one another and connect, while it was very sad, at the same time, there were incredibly crafted callbacks to many actual theologies, ideologies, philosophies, discussions, civilizations, mentalities within the actual real world that were worked very specifically into these chosen places and ideas and concepts that were used, right? Did it feel a little bit convenient for them? Sure. But I really think the reason why is because we already had a tangible connection and understanding to certain things. We already understood symbolically in a greater sense what they represent within the world. And then by exploring and having some new elements that were kind of brought in, we realize overall the culmination of, I'm going to just say it because, I mean, Answers is a song in this game, and from the get-go, it has been a massive anthem. So with no other context, right? If you look at this song, this idea, how do we answer why we live? How do we answer because we suffer? What does that mean for life? How do we answer in joy and in sorrow? We answer together. And that was the theme of this zone for me. What does it mean? What are the answers? And what do we draw moving forward? And it's not something that's going to resonate for everybody. I really don't think so.
This is like the Rick and Morty, like you need a high IQ to understand Rick and Morty.
But you don't. Like, that's the thing, though. You don't. You know what I mean?
No.
And I really hate to try and say it in a way that sounds pompous. I was teasing at first. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You do not by any means need to have that. It's just that I think you truly have to view it more as metaphors. And you have to do your own thoughts about each portion. What does this mean to me as I think about my life?
Yeah.
You know,
You really have to dig into
that
it.
in multiple different ways. They're like, this concept this way, this concept this way, and you get to reflect how you feel about each of these different things, because at the end, you're going to be thinking about that real hard.
Yeah, I think what the way that I perceive this, and again, like I'm not adverse to like ideas of, and again, I'm not trying to make you sound like pompous or anything, but
it's fair. It sounds like it.
It's interesting, like getting some of the more like philosophical ways of thinking stuff like that. That stuff is cool. Like I find it interesting. But I think for me, right, I talked a little bit about how some of the stuff felt disjointed earlier with going around all these areas. To me, they then crammed that feeling of being disjointed into a single zone, on top of everything else. And there were parts.
This is the end of the world. It's gonna be disjointed and desperate, and I like that. I like that our physical activity jumping around the world.
And let me finish this. I think there were a lot of times in this final zone. It wasn't without its moments. It had some solid moments, but I think the majority of these moments were trying to elicit a certain emotional reaction, and it failed on all accounts for me personally. There were a couple parts where we're like, oh, okay, that's kind of touching and stuff, but like largely a lot of the beats in this final zone for me in the narrative just didn't hit.
I have to ask you.
Okay.
Do you think that was because of how those actual moments were scripted and the disjointedness of the zone? Or do you think that because I will agree, and this I'm trying very hard not to do this.
It's hard. Yeah.
Do you think that it's because going in from the get-go, there was an element where you had an idea of an outcome?
Right.
Does that make sense? Do we understand? Do we understand?
Yeah.
Do you think that undermined some of the things?
I think knowing how the game works, knowing how the game systems work, makes it impossible to completely sell certain narrative beats.
Yes, and I agree with you.
That's what I will say.
It's not, because and I'm just saying from my perspective, because for me they were sold. For you they weren't. And that's okay.
No, that's not to say that I didn't have emotions towards a few of them. I absolutely did. But and let's talk about this, because I know Zen was keeping a counter. I only I certainly felt emotional through many points during the MSQ, right? Teared up a handful of times, only cried once. Only once did this game really get me. But I know, and again, right, everybody's gonna have a different reaction to this, and I'm curious, how, vaguely, right, like how many times do you feel like it really like got you good in terms of like in the feels.
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. I don't want to say the number yet.
I don't have a number because
That's Rookery on YouTube for all of your
yes, if you want to see about yes, you can count there once everything is up, and I am uploading all the rest of it because I did finish this week. I'm trying to think of again. I don't know if this is giving. I don't think it's giving anything away.
Sure.
When you circle back to begin revisiting places, does that make sense? Does that give us a place?
Yeah.
From about there to the end of the game, I cried. And there were a few moments where I laughed in between and I smiled. A few moments where I got really spicy. A few moments where I was on cloud 9 in many ways. But I'm thinking back. I cried harder this expansion than I've cried during any other expansion. And I think a lot of that, and I mean, I'll just be upfront and honest about it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that is because, personally, myself, I have struggled a lot of my life, and we shy away from these topics. But honestly, I think the game itself has confronted them in an incredible way. But I myself and my partner, I'm very open. I'm an advocate for mental health, but we both really struggled with anxiety and depression most of our lives, as have our family members and people around us. I've had major losses in my life, major deaths of people close to me. And again, how people resonate with these things will be different.
Sure.
And you may have those same things and absolutely not resonate with this at all. But to me, some of the things they hit on in this expansion were some of the most profound in regards to loss, grief, suffering, and the idea of those moments where you think that there is no light to be found. And that for so many times in my own personal life, I have been able to very thankfully find that light, and then help others see more of it. And I ugly sobbed. I mean, to the point where my cat, who I had locked out of this room while I was recording, literally came up to the door and started yowling because he thought I was being hurt in here. Like, there are entire swaths of my playthrough where I am just sobbing into my microphone, like ugly, straight up crying. So I thought it was profound in that way, but again, it's maybe more specific of a moment and a response, and it may not resonate with everybody. It's something that I very much say my own experiences, I think, made this hit me so hard, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and it's like we have all of us are going to have different opinions on just what we like and stuff. And then there's that other layer of, personal things that have happened in your life that are going to affect the way that you perceive things that are told in the story. I absolutely agree. Yeah.
We're vaguely talking in chat about Zone 3. Yeah, Zone 3. A major thing that happened in Zone 3, and that hit me very hard. I don't know. They peppered things like that throughout, and from an outsider's perspective, like maybe someone who'd only ever seen this, is like, why add that? Why put that? That's terrible. But they make you want to feel things. They make you experience the things that the characters are feeling, so that you are in the same headspace they are when you are going through the game and get to the end.
I wouldn't say that anything is terrible, or that like, oh, why would they make you feel that?
It is terrible.
That's
like
right. You know what I mean? There's a couple different ways you could interpret that, but I think like, this is a story that it's not incapable of making you feel things. And I think there's a couple of spots when, it wants you to feel, you do feel. And then there's a couple of spots in the real big narrative where they want you to have these emotions, and it just did not hit me. It just, for whatever reason, right? It just
I'm not going to say that this is the case for you, but I can't help but wonder if people who didn't feel those things have a personal walls that just the game wasn't able to break through,
Could be.
Personal, because it's so emotional all over the place. And if you have a personal walls to keep yourself, safe from the things in reality that hurt you, the things in a game aren't going to get to you.
Maybe, but I will say without spoiling, right? It's like this is like the Aetheryte Radio drinking game. Every time we say without spoiling, or I don't want to spoil this.
Don't drink, don't do it.
We're gonna be wasted. The scene that just had the waterworks going was with one of my least favorite characters.
Yeah, I figured it would be.
Wait.
I know exactly what he's talking about.
I'm trying to figure out.
You do too.
Is it? What's the way that I can play this without? Well, but this is my question because there's a lot of points that got me, Aldino. Is this?
There's a lot of teary-eyed researchers. That's all I'll say.
There you go.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought so.
With
that
at
one
least
got
a
me
few teary-eyed researchers.
Zen is like searching her brain, like.
Who doesn't he like, Zen?
I don't know.
There's only one Scion he doesn't like.
Well, I didn't even say Scion, but
that's fine. It's fine.
Wow, Aldino, way to spoil.
Yeah,
No, I'm kidding.
that
It's not
was.
a
I mean,
spoiler.
and like it was written so well. We had a great
Yes.
amount of build up to it that we can follow. Right, we could follow the line through the story, and that was great. And no other scene in Endwalker really just hit me like that, which is disappointing to me because
during the MSQ, and it was during that cutscene.
You what?
DC one DC? Time.
Oh no!
Yeah.
It was in the middle of that cutscene, and so I, sobbing, had to wait 2 hours to get back into the game. Re-sobbing. That's listed twice on my list.
Literally like right as I was about to go to the final area. And it was like thousands. I'm like, well, I guess I'm playing Halo today. That's the end of that.
Right.
Oh no. See, okay, I feel like we can't totally get into this without.
It's hard, yeah.
Saving it for our spoiler cast. The big pivoting moment, musical number.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Pivoting moment, musical number. Zen looks like Zen doesn't know where I'm at right now. You get it?
So when I think musical number, I'm thinking a little bit further than you, but you're thinking of a walk.
Yes, a beautiful walk. Yes, that one also destroyed me.
Yes,
surprising literally no one, considering a music video I made and everything. But for so long, one of the major themes of this expansion, one of the major songs, and I am so very glad that they put it in. I mean, right from the get-go, it's important, so I don't really view it as a spoiler.
I was thinking you were talking about one spot, but then I'm like, oh wait, no, you're talking about this other spot.
There's okay. Yes.
There's kind of like two walks in the game.
You are right. Yes, there are two, and yes, the musical number that culminates things. It's like I think of it as the pivot point because it really seems like that's kind of where you move from one part to the next part of the story. To see that realized in the game in a way that took everything that I have felt in my heart when listening to that song. And I think that it's something where, again, every piece of music is going to resonate differently and people have their favorites. And for so long, this particular piece has been affiliated with other parts of this game and part of the past of this game. But anytime that I would read the lyrics of this song, every single time, just my heart would just be torn out and then on the floor because I've just never heard something that so beautifully encapsulates the journey we all walk. And to see that sequence
that they were able to take this piece of music that was not intended for this content and makes like even more. This is like for those that have been playing 14 for a long time, think of we had 1.0 come out. Answers was released with 1.0. We heard it, we're just like, all right, this is a weird musical number, it's kind of all over the place. But then that end of an era trailer hits. Same vibes with
so the tears begin.
Yeah, it was that same kind of vibe going through this, and I think they absolutely nailed it.
And like Rick was talking about earlier, there are things like scenes from 1.0 in certain places where they echoed them so like exactly so beautifully, and
they worked really well in a lot of spots. One spot where they did that pissed me off so much. Because they're like, we're mimicking a thing, and then they don't explain it at all. And I hate
as long as it wasn't towards the end of things. As long as it wasn't was it
right before the final zone. Right before the final zone, there is some imagery that they just throw in there for the sake of throwing it in there.
I think I know what you're talking
This entire game, from the beginning, has been a callback to other Final Fantasies. The fact that it is calling back to itself and that's making you upset is so confusing to me.
Here's the thing. It's calling back, but it's not explaining anything that we've been asking about for 10 years.
It's
Okay, yes.
Here's how people can be both. When you see the seams, when you personally see the seam of them doing it, that's when you don't like it. If you personally ignored the seam or didn't see it, like I literally almost, and it's a spoiler, so I won't tell you exactly what I wanted to give this game, but I almost see zero faults with this. Like, and here I am being kind of neutral here. But when you see the seam in what they were trying to do, that's when you bounce off of it. So yes, yeah, I get it.
I
like,
think for me, like I
it's
see
gonna be
this scene, and then immediately I'm like Jack Skellington, and like I'm like, but what does it mean?
Sure.
Fusion,
No.
I will agree with you on this one, actually. Not
Thank
that
you.
I think,
Hey, we found some common
we
ground.
found something.
Yeah.
Not that I
Actually,
think
again, don't know what scene you're talking about.
Okay, I believe. Are you talking about the fun confetti explosion?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Zed 1.0 trailer, 1.0 trailer, fun confetti, different colored fun confetti.
It's the cutscene going to the final zone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Do you know
There's
what we're talking
things in
about
it.
now? Do you get
Yes.
it? Fun confetti explosion.
I just got a message, I think.
Gold
Oh,
Star
Oh,
Fun
I like that!
Okay.
And I'm not saying that I didn't, but they needed to follow it up with, hey,
Well,
by the way.
I will give it to Fusion in this regard, in that I can accept that it's just a nod, right?
sure.
I can accept that. But in the moment, did I have a second where I went, what? Because
We are getting a Savage
Yes,
Raid,
we are.
and a 24 man, and they could
Mhm.
be related.
I agree with
Sure.
you. And I actually think there's a possibility because they uploaded the 1.0 trailer to the YouTube in a brand new high
Yeah.
quality the week before the expansion drop. And because of that, I was like, exactly like you, Fusion, where I went, is this meant to tell us something more about that?
Mhm.
Does that mean as we deal with, Pandemonium and this other stuff, that there is going to be some callback to the greater things and Silver Tier that are in that trailer?
There still might be, right? We'll
Sure.
we'll,
Yes.
we'll
I
know.
love the
Never mind.
promise of that. Honestly, like I love one of the interactions that happened there. I hope that you did too.
I did. I loved it.
Mhm.
I loved
Yes.
it. But I did have a moment like Fusion where my brain was trying to put the pieces together because we were getting answers. And I was like, these pieces don't go together. What do you mean?
The problem was
It just means that the thing that we knew, we thought we knew before, possibly doesn't mean what we thought it meant. And I like that.
I think that the problem I have, right, is there this expansion, like we're gonna answer some long questions you've had for a long time. And going back, we did have our top 10 questions list. They did knock quite a few of them out. So good job. But this one in particular, this actually was on the list. So if you're still I don't know what they're talking about, go back on the list and see. Maybe you'll be able to find it. So Control F, fun confetti explosion. Right, this is the thing where we talk about how they reuse almost the exact same kind of camera angles and stuff from 1.1 in certain areas. They knew what they were showing when they did this. And the fact that this has been one of the biggest questions that a lot of players have had for years, and they're just like, hey, look, it looks like this, and it's but fucking what? What is it? And they don't really do anything in that regard, and that was just oh my god.
I didn't even notice it. You guys are talking about, I literally didn't notice it was the same framing. Do you know why? Because here's where I differ. I hated that entire sequence. That whole sequence from the very moment that we get the callback, the callback that they use for the thing that we're talking about. It has a very specific name, and that specific name is a callback to something that I really enjoyed. But I hated it. I hated that, and I hated the gang get together part afterwards. To me,
was
it was a little overwrought.
Very weird.
Just
And I'm
overwrought.
not sure why they decided that was some dialogue that they needed to have.
That's about the only misstep for me that I saw, was that kind of kind of get the gang together. Everything is great
Like,
before the final scene type.
Yeah,
of thing.
and you know,
That's about it.
with what Chat's saying, like it was just kind of like, yeah, like cool moment, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
It was awesome,
but
It
it's
was
also
cool.
it's also like right, but like,
yeah,
but what is it? Like what? How does this? You're like not telling us anything. You're just showing us the fact that yes, we are aware that this is a thing that people think is neat and they want to know more. But instead of explaining it, we're just gonna show it again. All right,
we'll get it. They'll fix it.
Yeah, and
It'll be
honestly,
fine. Yeah.
it's one of those things where that great conundrum, silver tier, if we're talking about silver tier in general, is something that really, honestly, I have always just kind of been like, there's a huge possibility they never touch this again.
Yeah,
Mostly
absolutely.
because it was, you know, the original, as far as my understanding, the original intended ending of 1.0, which did not end up happening, right? It's not the big thing that we culminated to. It's not actually what they decided to do with the story. So I've always hoped that they would go back to it because it is something that, like, again, I'd love to see what they do to build on it and envision and tie it into what they've done, because they are that kind of team, and it very much seems like something that they would do. You know what I mean?
I refuse to believe that they would not go back and address this just at least a little bit more. Just
certainly.
to put, like, you know, just that little bit of this is blah blah blah. Now we're done with it. Like they need at least that much.
They will.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will.
But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, again, I think this expansion to me is one of the ones that I really truly believe, as far as story goes in summation, will probably have the biggest disparity of resonating or not resonating with players. And I think that's fine. I mean, it's tough because, like we talked about in Zed, I want to go back to what you said a long time ago, right? The idea of, as a player, do I feel like in some way this was a satisfying end? And I'm curious to hear what you all feel about that, right? To me, I think that polarized points or not in this story, parts that, I mean, when we get into actual spoilers, you will hear me tear apart. And I want to be honest about that. I talked about how incredibly beautiful and moving and profound this was for me personally, and I stand by that. This is still one of my favorite expansions. It hit me in a way that I have never experienced in an MMO, and I think it was a great achievement. Are there parts that I want to scrub from my memory and never do again? Yes. Like, there are parts that I truly cannot, I'm still mad about now to this day, in this moment, almost a week after having played it, that I find to be some of the most divisive moments for me in the entire franchise. And again, that's wholly my opinion, and it is completely something based off of how these things did or didn't land for me. But simultaneously, I adore this. And for me, I feel like regardless of those polarizing elements, I have to applaud them, because to tie up 10 years of story is no small feat in an MMO where you're juggling 50 million things. And I do feel like overall, they brought it together in a way I have never seen any other MMO manage to do.
There are absolutely some fantastic payoffs, for sure. The interactions and the people that you have met along the way.
Oh yeah,
pays off like 100-fold.
That's at least an eighth of the stuff on my list that made me cry.
Yeah, I mean, there's some really cool, like, we're getting the band back together moments. Like, there's some really cool stuff. But then, you know, there's the, I think that the things that we've been expecting, right, where they just they fell short.
I wanted to talk about there are a lot actually of spots in this expansion where you know exactly where the story is going. You like, story wise, the way it is written, you're like, I know this is the next stop. That's how we're getting. But the journey to get there for me, in most cases, was so just, I don't want to say satisfying again, but the way that it was presented, the way the journey went, the things that happened to me along the way to get to that point that I knew was happening.
Sure.
It was enough to make me not care. And normally I'm a person where I'm like, I know where this is going. I'm not interested anymore. So the fact that it was able to keep me entertained and keep me happy on that journy that I saw coming,
I was on the flip side of that
to me.
For some areas where it's like, oh, okay, I know where this is going, and therefore any thing that they try to put on me in terms of like feels or emotions between now and then, they're not going to land, because I know where this is going. And that was like, part of that some of that final area stuff that I had issues with.
Okay.
And that's what I mean by seeing the seams of the world, right? Like,
Yeah.
when you're in it and you're on that journey and you love every part of that journey and you agreed with all of it, then yes, all the small parts are fine. That's how I was for the vast majority of it too. Like, yeah, there was some annoying quests, a whole bunch of annoying ones, right? But when you're in it and you've bought in, then you're on the journey and it's fine. Those little bumps are little bumps. But like, to me, with Endwalker, 14 is now on that stratosphere with like a Chrono Trigger for me. Like, these are games that, yes, I love every part of this, except for that part sucked. Oh god, I never want to do this part again. Oh my god, what were they even thinking with that part? But it's still an amazing, nigh perfect game. And that's fine. Some people fall on the other side of that. I saw the seams. I remember a friend of mine is like, Chrono Trigger is the worst game ever. Why? Because time travel never works.
Why is your friend still your friend, Aldino? You can't say that and be someone's friend.
They explain it
You're
in
one
context.
to talk,
Well, it never
Rook.
works.
After
Chrono Trigger is amazing. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm talking about the other conversation that we had earlier this morning. Why are you even still here? Why am I still letting you on this podcast?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I see. Yes,
I'm sorry.
yes, that was
Aldino,
close.
please keep going.
Completely
I'll
irrelevant. People are like, what the hell?
Yeah, I'll cover for you. But yeah, it's just, where do you see those seams? And yes, for a lot of people, you didn't see them. But if you saw them and you fell off the train right then, the rest of the emotions don't hit you. And it's a whole different experience at that point, right? Like, like, I've only seen it at a micro level. Like, I think we've been in agreement for Shadowbringers and things like that. But we've had these disagreements for, like, I don't know, the Limsa story. Remember
Whirlit.
that? Yeah, Whirlit. Yeah. Some of those at the beginning towards the end. But like, it really depends on if you're on the train or not at the point in time that it hits you, right? Because tell somebody at the end of Shadowbringers what we'd be doing in Endwalker. Just tell them what that first trial. I won't spoil anything. Tell them what we do in that first trial, and then tell them when. They'd be like, no, there's no way. It's the expansion of kind of doing that, and it'll hit real hard with some people and just fall.
They definitely mix up the order of things. Mix up. And by mix up, I mean you expect a certain order of things. It's not what happens, and I was delighted by that.
Yeah.
Every time I was surprised, I was delighted.
I think that was one of the most annoyed parts of that. And again, we've talked about how, like, coming into this, right, I had certain expectations. I thought things would happen in this order. And they're like, we're going to go ahead and take care of this plot element first. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And like, from there on, it's just like...
And it's the same. I've seen this conversation happen in so many communities. And this is why I'm like, this is exactly... let's not talk about Game of Thrones, but let's talk about Game of Thrones. The subverting expectations. It was fine when you were on the train, but when everyone fell off the train, when those expectations were what were supposed to happen, everybody freaked out. It's that line with everybody, right? And they'll say something, and you'll be like, I got exactly the opposite. They're just on the other side of the line. That's it.
Yeah.
I definitely did come into the expansion not really sure where things were going.
Yeah.
As we approached like small plot points, I was able to pick those out. But overall, I was like, I don't know what's going to happen, and I'm good with that. And maybe that's the difference. I didn't have any expectation of this is going to happen in this part of the story.
Right.
Maybe expectation maybe isn't the right word. Maybe like hopes or desires, things that I wanted to happen in a certain sequence. Right.
I really that particular part we're talking about. I really enjoy that. It wasn't what it always is. There's that element is so often in a story, this one thing, and it was not that thing.
And I hated it because of that.
I liked that.
I think the difference here, and I actually see both sides of this. I agree with Zen and I agree with Fusion in this one particular moment, because I liked the subversion, Zen, but Fusion, in your camp, I don't think they sold it perfectly.
No.
That's what gets me. Like, that's the separation. I actually do think that the subversion works fantastically. I think that it frees you. Again, it frees us from something that allows us to go to new heights and horizons, right? It puts into context in so many ways what the stakes, the end-all be-all stakes of our struggle have been thus far, and then what our new understanding of the stakes are, right? I think that works. I think the way that they sold everything around that does not quite, for me personally, and some people it'll be different, it didn't quite hang together. It hung together enough that I was still like, yes, I am on board the train, as Aldeano put, which I really like. But it felt to me like there were 3 other beats that should have happened around that, and the balance, and that's why I called out that particular zone very specifically earlier, because when you actually look at the sheer amount of time that you spend doing one thing in that zone versus the sheer amount of time of what I think should have actually been the crux of that zone, it feels very much to me like, did I enjoy what I did? Yes. Does it hang together? Is this a version? Yes. But do I think they could have flip-flopped that and it would have only been better? And the same thing goes for a lot of the structure of the rest of things. I will say nothing else except that for me, the weakest thing that happened was the final beat of the entire expansion. The final thing.
The final thing. Yep.
And I truly believe that it's because of kind of the same issue in that thing could have been placed elsewhere, only have been better for it, only have worked better, unless they made that thing something much more than what it was and really took advantage of the setting of the thing.
Without saying anything, it felt incredibly tacked on.
Tacked on or not, for me, it would have been more interesting if that thing had also been subverted. Like, you're expecting one thing from something, and that something comes to pass, and it's completely the opposite.
I can't say any more on this, because if I do, I'm going to go into a rant, and people are going to know exactly what we're doing.
Yes, it's
the same. It's the same.
No, and I completely agree. That is the weakest part for me. Speaking with friends, almost across the board, they were like, no, I really loved that part. That was really cool. And I'm like,
some people were all for it. And meanwhile, like, go back and, Rook's got her reactions. I streamed like the entire MSQ. That final bit, I'm like, come on, like yelling at it. I'm like, really?
I cannot wait to talk spoilers, because
it was going to be great.
I don't dislike that final thing. In fact, I think, and Rook, you're going to love this, I think it's just another answer. I think it's just another answer, and I like it. And we'll talk about it. Let's not get into it.
I know.
Please.
Aldino,
I'm going to present this thing that everyone's going to want to talk about, but let's not.
I know.
Yes. I mean, here's the thing, and I will say this. Again, I understand, I believe, symbolically. I understand symbolically what the thing is.
Yeah.
I like, and the thing, it could work for me.
Yeah.
I think it's the actual implementation. It's like Zen said, that there isn't, and we'll talk about the spoilers, we can't talk about it now. There are many ways that this thing could have been realized given the setting and context in a way that would have even pushed us more into that land of abstraction and other things that would have actually been, I truly think, one of the hardest hitting moments. But for me, the way it is did not work.
Right.
And many people very much feel that it did. And I liked the aftermath. I think that the emotional ripples of the thing work well, and I think that's where the real satisfaction comes in. And even there's a little fleeting satisfaction with the final thing, and I went like
I think they even fumbled the landing for the thing. Like, it wasn't good, and then they didn't even stick the landing on it.
I could see it's a little ambiguous a little bit, and they didn't need to do that.
I would have liked to see it presented in a different way.
Yes, definitely.
Even they could have even had that same setting, that same thing happen, but like for a different reason. Yeah,
that's true.
There's actually, unfortunately, as well, even a final line that when you're doing your final loop of
things.
When you have to do a loop at the end, you know, and you have to go around and do the thing and do each one.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
The things.
And it's the very last thing you do. Yeah. There's actually a follow-up line of dialogue that I think sells the entire thing, that final beat.
Yeah.
But if you don't talk to an NPC twice, you do not get it. And that, to me, is the greatest failure of that final beat, because, again, I just don't think the message that they were trying to communicate was told to the full capabilities of storytelling that we know this game can achieve. And so we'll talk about that later. I really think we've got so many other things to talk about with this expansion.
We're not even out of story yet.
Yeah.
I think it's important, right? I mean, we talk about how, you know, some things are, you know, could be left open to interpretation. Now we're talking about this final thing. I think it's important for a game, if there are things that it really wants to communicate, it needs to shove it in the face of the player. Don't like be like, oh yeah, if you like talk to Tataru after this one quest when she's just standing there, it explains everything that happens. Like, don't do that. If you want things to be explained and for people to have a really good understanding of something, shove it in their face. Don't bury it somewhere where it can be easily missed. I
agree. Yes, in that. Oh, it's so tough.
You can have some subtle things in that side dialogue, right? But if in this case, if this like really helps sell that final bit, they should be shoving that down our throat. Just like this.
And I agree with you. I think there needs to be enough consistency, right? I don't believe that everything should ever have to be spelled out. And I think that this particular expansion does that phenomenally, right? I think there is so much that, like we talked about earlier, is delicate and nuanced and beautiful and are profound moments I will never forget. Things that, at least for me, moved me. And again, like I said, I adore this even as we critique it. This was one of the most incredible expansions I've ever played in my life. You know what I mean? But that was me, and that was just my playthrough and my experience. But I think that it does, what you're going to do has to be very clearly communicated across all of the mediums at your disposal, right? So imagery, symbolism, if there is a gameplay component, you need to understand through the experience of that gameplay what you're supposed to be taking away from it, right? You need to be able to put together these things in a way that even if they aren't like midichlorians, you know, even if they aren't like that, you have, I think, a robust interpretation guided by what they give you that, in the case of certain things, yes, does need to be far clearer than others. And in the case of this particular beat and the dialogue I'm talking about, all I'm going to say is that when you are doing that final loop, when you are doing your final thing, you need to talk to every character multiple times after the quest marker leaves. Talk to every character multiple times afterwards. Because again, I think there is a crux in that moment that to me is like, oh, that's what they were trying to do. But did I get that from my experience, from my thing? And there's many other things that I did get from that experience and that I do think you can read into, even if I personally don't feel like they sold it in a way that really, really, really was the best they could have sold it. But it's like ambiguity is fine. And I don't want to say that we have to spell everything out.
Sure.
But again, you need to really strongly and consistently portray your theme so that people can, in a way that it is tangible, react to understanding to what you were trying to do. If any of that, if those words,
and it gets hard too. And you know, I'd seen some people talk about this earlier too. It's interesting when you are, you know, like between quests, right? And you have so many NPCs that you can talk to, but you can only get that line of dialogue then and there. And there was just it felt almost.
I do feel bummed that I didn't talk to the NPCs a second time. I'm like, oh, what was it?
I didn't think to talk to them a second time. And it's hard, right? Because from a narrative standpoint, from a lore standpoint, I'm sure Cody's like, oh, great, more opportunities to put in stuff. But from a player, it's like, okay, cool, I did this quest. Now I have to talk to like a dozen NPCs before I can even start the next one. And I felt like they could have maybe condensed that a little bit more than they did. But let's go ahead. I didn't think we would spend like 2 hours talking about story.
2 hours.
I'm not surprised. The story was really the meatiest part of it.
And we didn't even spoil it.
Yeah, before we quite wrap up, I did want to say, as far as Endwalker as a whole, Endwalker's story as a whole, I feel like by itself, this is a discussion I had with friends before too, Shadowbringers by itself is probably stronger than Endwalker. But Endwalker, supported by everything else, pulling all the strings together, just blew Shadowbringers out of the water for me. But it wouldn't have been that amazing thing that it was for me without everything else.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
That's
It's
all.
my new favorite. It's
Okay.
top for me.
Yeah, for me, it didn't top Shadowbringers. I think Shadowbringers still had the best. Like, even if I like go to the Tempest now and just look at Amrod, I'm still just like, hell yeah! Like that part
Sure.
was so good. It just it doesn't hit. Nothing in Endwalker hits the same for me.
Al, do you know?
I can't really without getting into spoilers. So the only thing that I will say
Take
is
a shot.
yeah, that's the end of a chapter of the Star. Right? Like we always knew that that's what they were going to say. I really think that in the next, I really feel that they stuck the landing here, but I'm more excited for what comes after, more than I thought I would be.
Yeah, I'm more ready.
That's
to see what's next versus like, okay, that was stuff that happened, whatever, let's move on. Like,
sure. I think that I just want to see what's next.
Yeah, I go between wanting to like bake Fusion cookies as an apology for just breaking down all of his opinions, and then just being like, no.
Wow. All right, so let's segue in. Next, we'll talk about gameplay. So this section we'll talk about kind of side stuff. We'll talk about dungeons, trials, mechanics, that kind of stuff. We'll save job adjustments for its own kind of discussion. So to kind of segue into this, role quests have been phenomenal.
Yes.
Yes,
I think the storytelling we've gotten in the role quests is what I wanted to see out of the MSQ. It's that kind of stuff.
I would argue that they are part of the MSQ.
Yeah.
But they're not.
Honest.
I mean, they are, but they aren't, right? Because they're not required this time.
Yeah.
So it's that
Which
weird kind of like, but they're yeah.
They are just as much the end of
Yeah.
each individual story without getting into crazy spoilers. I mean, like, I don't even know if it's a spoiler to say what they are about, like how you get them or where you get them. So I'm not going to talk about them. But
I think the nods that they make to certain things, I think that type of storytelling is more of what I wanted to see in the MSQ. And I think for me, that's why the MSQ didn't do as well for me.
There were so many nods.
These are just the end to every one of these stories, and I really, really enjoyed them. And all I have to say is that I did the caster one first, and you know where and what that is about, maybe. And it was so incredibly good on so many levels, right? I've also done the melee one, and that was okay.
I felt like the difficulty
comparatively
was inconsistent for these two. I did range range DPS, and I actually had to redo the thing a few times, but then I did
what one was that one?
Or was it no? Hold on.
Melee.
Melee I do a few times, and then range was just like, all right, we're done. Like,
yeah,
it was super
melee
easy.
has a weird mechanic that if you don't notice, you will just immediately die.
Yeah, it's a little finicky. I felt like, but yeah, I think the story and the role quests were fantastic. And I'm like, I'm more so than with Shadowbringers now. I'm like, I really want to get this other stuff leveled so that I can do these role quests, because I think they were phenomenal, and I wish. It's like, they're kind of tied into the MSQ, but they're also not.
I think I was gonna say, I think that we have to view Endwalker as different from other expansions in the sense of how the content is used with the context of the story. And the reason for that being that in the past, right? I mean, granted, we didn't even have these kinds of role quests until Shadowbringers.
Sure.
And that's where we got these, and how they used them there is the precedent that we have to go off of. And I mean, to be honest, I would argue that honestly, the Shadowbringers role quests also are pivotal to the main story and your understanding of the first in the world and all the context of everything within that. Of course, do
Not
you
even
have to
just
do them?
the MSQ, but also the raid that followed.
Yes. So it's like, do you have to do them? No, you don't. But to me, I think that for a long time, because it's kind of an MMO and things come out in patches and stuff, we've viewed the MSQ, and it's been this case, it's been in this way for many, many expansions, like, but we viewed the MSQ as being by itself its own cordoned off thing, and then all this other stuff being side attractions that builds the world, sure, but may or may not actually relate. Whereas this expansion, with the amount of ground they wanted to cover to bring these 10 years to an end, we are seeing them using everything at their disposal. So I would argue that the story of Endwalker is everything that is unique content to End, right? So
That's fair.
these role quests, the raids, everything, they knew that they wouldn't be able to cover everything within that main story quest by itself. And so they said, okay, for this one, the whole game is the story. You know what I mean? And I think that's why they decided to use things like these role quests. Maybe those diversions would have added in way more padding and way more distractions and having to go here and go there in a way that just the linear story itself didn't necessarily need. But, you know, if you do them within
absolutely
the context, like
there's so much more happening in the world than you get to see because you are one person. Very specifically doing very important tasks at the time, and the role quests are what's happening in other places. Well, the shit's hitting the fan. I really like the. I did healer and ranged. I really like the ranged one.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like it was impactful to the story itself so much as like Charles said, it was more like sort of an end to what was happening in that area at the time, which was important. It's a question answered that has been sort of floating around over there. Whereas the healer one, I felt was a little bit more. Was both. It was more relevant to what was going on and tells you more about what is happening over in the area where it took place. But somehow I found the range one more interesting. I don't know why that is, but I did.
I don't know.
The healer one sets up a lot of stuff coming off of the patches that it feels like out of all the beats, those beats probably would be the ones that I was surprised the most weren't actually in just the straight main scenario quest lineup.
Sure, yeah.
It's another one of those cases of where, you know, we talk about how if there's really stuff that they want to sell us on, that they'd really need to just kind of shove it in our face, right? And so it's kind of part, you know, Endwalker as a whole, right? But let me put it this way: do you guys think it was a mistake to not have the role quest be part of the MSQ requirements this time around?
I don't think it's a mistake.
Because
go ahead.
No, you.
Because it would take too long. That's the only reason I think that they shouldn't have. I think it deserves to be in the MSQ, but it would take too long. Literally, that's it. That's my only reason for not putting it in there.
It's weird because you get so much XP. This is such a weird angle for it to come from, but in the MSQ itself, you get so much XP. You never really hit a wall, or I never did. And then to also have the healer role quest be part of that, I feel like you'd be wasting the XP from it.
It's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
Aldino, what were you going to say earlier about role quests?
Oh, just that, specifically the caster one, because I don't know that any of you have done it, right?
I have not.
Yeah. It follows up on one of the like side stories in a cool way, but it really is the epilogue to the region, and I think each one of these were, and that's why I think that they should have been included. But then again, that would have been too much. The pacing would have sucked. So
the stories fit before,
so well.
sequentially before you finish the expansion, and that I guess to me is probably the only reason to make you go and do them. But
and I mean, when you think about it, technically the epilogue for Ishgard is in Ishgardian Restoration. So it's like them putting these little things, or I would even say like the preface to the epilogue of Doma is Doman Reconstruction.
Sure.
So like if you haven't done those other side content things, you probably haven't gotten the ongoing story. So in that sense, I mean, they are much more in your face, and we haven't even talked about this yet. Oh my gosh, this is the brilliant thing about them. I don't think they needed to put them in the MSQ because they put dyeable artifact gear behind them, which means that if you want to unlock the dyeable artifact gear, you, believe it or not, do the roll quest for your roll. And then you do it and you get it, and you can get that without having to worry about anything else. That in and of itself to me is incentive enough to do these quests.
That was
That's
such a great
Upgrades
way to do that.
the gear from 89 to 90.
Yeah.
You don't get 90 artifact unless you do the quest.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people in the experts with level 89 lock gear. Just as a hint. I don't know that it actually affects the stats though. I haven't actually
I thought
ever looked at it.
the stats still scaled. It was just the die that was unlocked.
I don't know. It's just level 89, and I don't know that it does or doesn't. I don't know. I haven't looked at it.
I do wish, this is one little teensy weensy complaint that doesn't really matter at all. I wish that when you unlock the diable version, it would unlock diable version on the set you already have. Because at least for me, the way I'm having to deal with it is I think I have to delete them all and then go back to the vendor and then re-get them, but there'll be the diable version because I have them equipped, like they're on my character and they are not die upgradable. And when I went back to the vendor, they wouldn't let me purchase them again.
I bought a set, did the roll quest, and then could dye the set that I had.
Yeah.
It doesn't update immediately. You might have to switch gear sets and come back. The lock will still be on it, but you can dye it. It's like a little bug. It's weird. I did the same thing. I was like, I got the ninja set and I couldn't dye it. And I'm like, but I've done the roll quest. And I switched and switched back and it was fine.
Yeah,
I
didn't have any issues
multiple times and it still won't let me dye it, and it won't let me buy a re-dyeable one. So maybe I just have a bug. It might be a bug.
Ground trash.
Yeah, you could. As long as you didn't put materia in it already.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably
I
did.
thought. Ayo Wanda in chat is asking if it's the glam stuff. Like, is it the glamour part that won't update? Do you have it like on a plate or something, and you need to go replace it with the?
No, I didn't. I'll have to look into it afterwards and see.
Yeah, it's some weird interaction there because it did the same for me, and I think I did do some glamour afterwards. It might be that the plate is keeping it locked or something.
Yeah, because I did have a glamour applied over
if it's on a plate, it's not technically a normal item, and therefore it probably
it's not on a plate.
Change. Okay.
A plate was applied over it.
Yes, it's equipped on my character, and when I would go into the preview, not looking at my glammed version, but I'd go into like the preview of the actual gear, it wouldn't let me dye it. Like it said it wasn't dyeable. So I think maybe I'll try stripping all the glamour stuff off and see if it'll,
that's weird.
See if that. It's a little bit of a bug, but
so the lack of a job quest. From a I want to hurry up and do the next thing perspective, I don't mind it. But we went to Thavnir, and my main is dancer, and I did not get a job quest.
That's I mean that's a fair point. At the same time, I mean, we talked about Shadowbringers having that one job quest. I love Final Fantasy XIV. I love the narrative team. I think they do some really good stuff. Those job quests sucked in Shadowbringers. They were just copy pasta. Oh, where have you been? Another world. That's neat. Here's like a little bit of stuff that like meh.
It also means, and this was mentioned in chat earlier too, the new jobs we got have dick all for story.
Yep, none at all.
It's true. And I have to say, coming off of the expansion, I don't even, from the main story itself, I don't really think I have a sense of the history of the...
Yeah, but
you know
it's
what
not
I mean?
as extensive, is what I mean, right?
Well, what I'm saying is I don't get a sense of their history from that. Probably the closest that we get is Sage and Charlian, but we don't even see in Charlian like a group of sages talking about what it is to follow the art of the sage. Astrology is far more referenced. You know what I mean? Because it is also intrinsic.
I've done the Reaper stuff up to 80. I thought it was fine.
Did they have story for it? Oh, yeah. You do the start. There's a couple opening. There's the quests
There's like 4 or 5 quests.
But you don't feel like it's lacking like the other jobs because they are so old and have so much behind them.
I mean, when you can consider like take a 1.0 job or take any job at 2.0, give it a handful of quests. It's comparable, I think.
I guess so. I do agree, Zen, in the case of like Thavnir, and I don't know how they do this, right? Because this is, I mean, it is a big question. if we go to places where, yes, like this place is massively important to your role, character, whatever it is, it does feel like it would be appropriate to even just have some kind of side quest or something, right? Where if it says at the beginning, if you do this quest as a dancer, you will get a bonus cutscene or something. And then at the end, you're watching a bunch of dancers do a ritual on the platform. And it just so happens that if you're a dancer, you're up there too. Like that would even be something that would kind of, again, teach you about the lore, give you a context, and then wouldn't necessarily have to be a role quest, but would give you a little something, while also, again, in a way that benefits everybody in understanding the lore and traditions of the region, helps you get an understanding of that, but maybe you could get a little something more if you went in and you did it on Dancer. I think that'd be really nice.
There were a few things like that in the MSQ, like at least twice. They're like, white mage, I see, things like that.
Yeah,
So
there were a
do
couple little
it,
nods like
but-
that. Yeah, I
And then
did.
just to clarify really quick, I'm not saying that the stories that they did give us were bad. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they're not as extensive as the ones that other jobs have, just because they have been here longer. And so my question was, do people feel that that's a disservice?
I think you're trying to compare like the Infinity Saga to like just Shang-Chi. Like they've had more time to tell that story, right? And I don't know that that's necessarily a fair comparison. I think starting off, right, and again, I've only done Reaper up to 80, but like it as like an intro to like, hey, this is the job and these are the kind of people affiliated with it, and like I thought it was fine.
That's good. I mean,
Yeah.
that's excellent, honestly, because I did worry that people who were really into Reaper and Sage would feel shortchanged.
I think
and if you don't, that's great.
It gets tricky because of the way that they do new jobs now, right? Because they start at such a higher level, right, with each expansion. So like I think, right, as people that have played this game for so long, you think, oh, job quests will start at this level and they'll go for here and here and here and here and here and they'll keep going. But with Reaper, they don't really start there. They start at 70. So it flows a little differently. Also, Aldino, you'll be proud to know I finally did my level 70 summoner quest. It only took me till I got to level 81 that I realized that I couldn't summon Bahamut. So we've cleared that up a little bit.
Yeah, and the quest makes a whole lot of sense, right? Just so much sense.
Oh yeah, all the sense.
Totally.
Yeah.
I do think that there is something to be said about the role quests that were very well done, lending far more depth and understanding and things to a class. But I think one of the big reasons why they ended up phasing these out is because of the inconsistency in them. Sorry, we have a very loud car going by. Is because of the inconsistency in them. There were some more time, less time. To me, it doesn't really matter so much as the actual information and story that's given to you.
Yeah.
Do they really give you a sense of what it is to be this class? And now I've been leveling both of them, but I have to shamefully say I have not done all the quests for them. Whoops. So it's because I've been so busy with other like honestly trying to get all sorts of other things done and leveled and role quests and everything else done. But it's like they could make use of those 8 quests and tell a story that I think is just as compelling, because there were many of the role quests over the years that honestly, by the time I got done, I was like, I don't even know if this was a story about me. And I don't even know if it really was about my actual journey.
Point where it's like, I don't even know what's happening anymore. Just give me my ability. Like it's just like it stretched so long, and I think that's probably a decent part of why they decided to go the route that they have with the role quests, right? They gave us those final level 80 job quests, good for better or worse, right? To be like, okay, and now we're done. Let's move on to something else. And now they're telling more condensed stories with the role quests, and I think that's
WoW has already had this answer for us, right? When they did order halls. So instead of, a story about you in your job, it's a story about you being an exemplar of your job. For an example, I am a master summoner. There are other summoners in the world. My quests now are not learning how to do things. It's helping them on those journeys. Now, you could do that with role quests. They didn't quite this time. It's not a spoiler.
I'm sorry, how many Azure Dragoons are there now?
Right, exactly. And that's why you have to mix the two. And it's kind of what they did this time. You're going to deal with a threat that needs a battle mage or a and a marksman. I think that that's the way that they have to keep them, but I think that they could get a little bit more in detail, right? Keep it roll, but then have the shout outs for the dialogue options. That's easy. Super easy.
And there would actually be really incredible ways to work this all in. Aldino, please continue if you wanted to go.
Oh no, I'm just gonna say that, like they say marksman, right? That's not a spoiler. It's a marksman. Oh, you're a dancer. Like, yes, but also no.
It's funny because as soon as you say you're a marksman, I'm like, dancers? And then you're like, I'm like, okay.
Like, you're hitting
those
your
are the
mark
little things
on the stage.
Yeah. Those are the little things that they could have changed, and then roll quest would be just as good. Like, it literally would be, you know?
Yeah,
So
I think they're just as narratively satisfying, right? We talked about in the past them even maybe adding slightly more variety, right? That like if you were a paladin and you did the tank thing, there would maybe be a little different cutscene as a paladin or something.
That's all you need.
I think those kinds of variations could absolutely work. And I wouldn't mind at some point if they do bring back the traditional ones, in the sense of here is your class and here is the ongoing story of the world. You brought up Dragoons. I would love a class quest where they're talking about the new order of Dragoons with this new peace and things that we've seen in the last years in Ishgard. Is it possible that, again, those days of legend that are mentioned in the previous quests where Dragoons rode dragons, like, is it possible that that's something in the future? Is it possible that, the evolving story of the world and new orders, new ranks, new things like that, your character, like you said, Aldino, could become a master of this new art? Are white mages, as we know, finally opening up their doors to teach others again? And what does that look like and mean with the elementals and with you as one of the few who was first allowed to? Like, there's a lot of
fertile ground.
Yeah, they're great. And I think they could explore that. But in the case of Endwalker specifically, I thought these worked really well. I didn't have time because I was really trying to get through the MSQ. I didn't have time to do them during the MSQ, but I kind of wish I
did them after. But I do.
Everybody says it's fine either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, right? It's and we kind of, I kind of went over this a little bit earlier. It's that idea, like, at the end of the day, like, this is a game that has various systems that work in various ways, and yes, this is happening before the end, and it's just you're doing it now, and it, like. It is what it is.
Stop. I needed to know what was happening next. It was like, roll quest, you'll be there. I'll see you and my Diable AF when I am done.
I stopped and did the roll quest before I hit 90 and before I finished it. I wanted to be in the Diable.
Yeah, thinking about it, I definitely actually did finish it before I finished the story because I have on the Diable outfit.
Yeah, after being disconnected, like, right before I was going into the final area, I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna, like, next time I'm able to log in, I'm just doing it. Like, I'm just gonna get it done. Okay, so moving on a little bit. What did you guys think of dungeons this time around? Mechanics, harder, not harder? Obviously, right, there's a lot of considerations, right? We have the number crunch.
Dungeons are very formulaic overall, as I'm sure everybody knows. There were some ones this time that broke the formula in small, delightful ways for me. There were some new mechanics or variation on old mechanics that I found enjoyable. Overall, I really liked the dungeons this time.
Yeah.
Both mechanically and aesthetically. Speaking of the number crunch, going back into older dungeons, previous expansions dungeons, no problem.
Yep.
They were either the same or easier. It's going to be harder, but don't worry, it'll be fun. It's not harder, it's the same. It is the same. I think Rook mentioned last time, Ultimate's not the same. But almost all content I've gone back into has been the same. I did a Heroes Gauntlet yesterday. It was a little bit more difficult, but that could have been the people that I was with. They were all strangers. I don't know.
Yeah. And we can mention Ultimate and stuff once we get into job adjustments, because I think there's some issues in there we'll talk about. But yeah, it's kind of like right coming off the media tour, right, where we were able to do the first dungeon. It's like, how did it feel? What were the numbers like? I'm like, well, I'll be honest, I'm not really a numbers guy. I didn't pay attention to the numbers, but it felt fine.
Yeah.
right? It didn't feel super hard. It felt busier, but it's not like, all of a sudden it felt like the enemies had like 3 times the amount of HP or anything like that. Like it felt fine.
It felt like the beginning of an expansion.
Yeah.
If you really think about back to the beginning of Shadowbringers, going through those dungeons the first time with your baby ass, you're like, oh, it's a little maybe difficult-ish
With your baby ass.
with your baby ass. No, but it like that's normal. It was pretty.
They felt
I
fine.
felt it was pretty fine, pretty normal, pretty good. The only thing that I really noticed a difference in was healing, and I'm gonna let Rook talk about that because she's the actual healer. Maybe
Healing? What do you mean?
that.
In what regard? The like potency of heals, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I felt like it was a little bit more difficult. Not like difficult, but a little bit more.
It is. It definitely is. It seems to me like, okay, it's a very subtle thing, right? And then I think you're right in that most content, I haven't really noticed that much of a difference, especially lower stuff. But as you get a little bit higher and you do start getting closer to that like mid 60, 70 plus, definitely I've noticed that it seems like AoE on mobs takes just a teensy weensy bit longer. And as healers, our heals do just a little bit less. And yet, again, I think it's actually kind of fun. And I think it's, been interesting. And we talked about this a little bit last week even, that I think the separation between shield healers and pure healers feels really clever to me thus far. I've really only been able to play Sage and White Mage out of those two. So I need to do Astro, Scholar, and, really see how they are. But, I mean, it feels like 2 distinct play styles. It feels like with the changes and everything else in Sage's kit, if I am in even a 70 dungeon on Sage, I had best know how to use shields proactively or my butt is going to be so clenched. Like,
yeah, I've
what I
definitely noticed, and I've run each dungeon at least a handful of times at this point, and admittedly, right, it still can be growing pains, right? We're only a few weeks out, but I've definitely noticed that like clutch heals have been like a way bigger thing.
Yes. And I love it, honestly. I love that I have to use... No, I do. I love that I have to use more of my kit at any given time in a dungeon. I think it's fun because, I mean, honestly, again, it creates distinction. As a shield healer, it's been really interesting to me. Like, on White Mage, the actual amount of healing that I can do in a second consistently throughout a fight feels markedly different than having to plan and pace on Sage around when I may have certain things. And I, okay, I can do big healing this one time, but otherwise, if you get hit and my shields are gone, you're dead. Like, it's very fun to me in that regard. And even taking it into extreme content. So again, no spoilers, so I won't say any of the fights or anything, but I noticed a marked difference when I was co-healing with a White Mage. The amount of incoming damage we took was terrifying. Could we heal it up very fast? Yes, but I was startled. But when I went in with a Sage, it was suddenly like having the shield and the heal after. Oh, it was like perfect balance. It was so good.
You should have heard her and our other healer who's was on Sage. Some fights they were like, all right, are you ready to do nothing? He would put up shields and she would put up the lily bell and they'd be like, here's some DPS.
We would just do nothing. Like, literally, it was so fun. And I was not expecting this. Like, I wasn't expecting it because I was really nervous about this balance and this shift, but it actually was fun. And I enjoyed, like, we'd get hit by something, and if we used our things in tandem together, the shield and the damage reduction that I had, and whatever little bit we needed to polish up, we'd sit there and be like, what damage? Like, and it was really, really enjoyable. And I loved that. So that was really good, and that has felt really good to me. As far as the actual dungeons overall, I did feel like the first dungeon was a bit harder than previous expansions as far as mechanics.
There's a lot to dodge in that first dungeon. Dodging. Yeah.
And the rest of the dungeons for the expansion, it was like some were a little bit more difficult, some were a little bit easier, some, I had to worry if there were big pulls, some not as much. It didn't feel quite as wild. Some of those last ones do actually have some pretty really fun fights, and like the bonus ones have some unique little mechanics.
Yeah.
And like the setting and spectrum, when I'm looking at dungeons as something that I'm going to review, I guess you could say, I look at, first and foremost, what is the journey I took? Did they feel samey? Did they feel like each one really did support a narrative beat adventure development? Do I feel like I was in a variety of unique, places? Do I feel like I took a journey in each of them? Did the mechanics and the bosses kind of tie into that and feel as though it was relevant? And like in all of those regards, I actually really think this was an incredibly strong expansion. I could have maybe done with either a dungeon at the first part of the end of those first 2 zones in the expansion. There's a little something extra, even a duty instance at the end of those, just a little
Sure,
something, because it felt like it was a real long haul to get to the first dungeon for me personally. But like otherwise, I think what we got is fantastic. And if you haven't unlocked the 2 bonus dungeons at the end, definitely do, because they are honestly really cool. And I really, really loved them.
I think in terms of narrative, I think that the dungeons in Endwalker were stronger than the ones in Shadowbringers.
Yes.
Yes.
I think so too.
And I
narrative
think
and formula, to be honest with you, like having broken down dungeon 81 through 90 at this point.
Says the dungeon guide writer.
there's okay, so like a big chunk of the Shadowbringers dungeon is like, I'm gonna copy and paste the old one, replace the names, and it's the same all the way through it, down to like how many mobs you get and how many encounter like packs you have before each boss. This time there was a little bit more variety, which I really appreciated.
Yeah, it felt better in the narrative too, because with Shadowbringers, right? If you're going into a dungeon, right, the most you'll have is like three NPCs for trusts. But they fudge it a little bit with Endwalker, and they'll have some other NPCs show up for just a little bit. They may or may not do anything, but it helps to weave that into the narrative.
Somebody wants to talk about something and can't.
Cannot.
I just the one where you have the special NPC.
As soon as she's just like that one, I'm like, yep, no, I know which one. Yep, that was cool. I was not expecting that. That was very neat.
Yep.
That was the only time I regret not doing a trust.
You
I use trust
you
for
literal
everything.
monsters in Idra. Fusion's been the monster this whole podcast. You monster, you didn't do it with trust.
Yep.
Okay, so like I
did trust for every dungeon. I'm just
Fusion, I'm so proud of you. You did really good.
Thank you.
No, okay.
Yeah, okay, but
okay, you did it with one. That's fine.
The thing about this set of trusts, I've been told you can go back anytime and do that one.
Yes, I believe
Yes,
so.
you
So
can.
I plan on doing it because it is so cool.
Yeah, they split it up. So basically now, right, before it was you can do like the last dungeon with trust, but now they have it so you can choose. I forget what the one is called, scenario, and I think the other one is called like avatars.
Yeah.
So basically, scenario just lets you do whatever dungeon you want with the trusts. And then avatar, it's a continuation of basically leveling them from Shadowbringer. So it's nice cool that they made that. Yeah, it's definitely a really nice kind of user friendly thing, especially if you want to go back and maybe just do a dungeon but like level on something else. Like my wife's been using it because she enjoys healing and tanking, but maybe doesn't want to necessarily do it with other people. So this way she can still go and do content, play that job. And I thought that was a really good way to do that.
You're not a monster zen. I just want to put that out there really fast.
It's fine. It's okay.
You can really see.
I understand when I make a mistake usually, and this time was that time.
we had a question, or there was a question to Yoshi P about people who had anxiety about playing MMOs and what to do and trust. And there's a very surprising use of trusts that I had to do. Like, you do it every time, but that one specific, not the one that we were just talking about, the kind of expanded use. Yeah. That I was like, I need to see this, because this is how you make this game. How you don't feel bad about telling people, well, there's a 10-year story that you have to go through, right? But maybe by that time you can trust through the whole thing. Yeah, that was a nice surprise, and it's definitely, I think we got kind of a better look at like what they're planning to do with this system, whether it be the thing Aldino was talking about or the thing Rook was talking about that Zen didn't do because she's a monster. I'm not gonna lie, I'm biased on that because
those particular three are three of my absolute favorite characters ever from the entire thing, from the whole game, from every single thing.
I want to do it. I want to.
I just yelled when I realized that you could run with them. I yelled. Like, I was so excited. I do a mix, so I really only did 2 things with Trust. The ones that were most story specific, like you should really do this with Trust.
Yeah.
The other ones, even towards the very end, I actually did with other people because it still felt very right to do it with other people.
Sure.
But those 2 and that one in particular, the dialogue and the little seeing and just I just
look. Sometimes
that was one of my high points of the expansion.
You just need to get that bubble text.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, so this is going to be even harder now. Trials.
Oh boy.
New mechanics in Trials.
Very inventive.
I
would say.
Still cannot wrap my head around that one mechanic in the first trial.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Rubik's Cube?
Yeah. Yeah. I still, I do it and I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just going to stand here and hope I don't die.
With the whoosh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The whoosh.
Okay.
Yeah.
The articulation.
Take a look at our guide on Garrus here.
Yeah, there's a good guide for it.
I do just have to say, sorry, then you go.
No, there's I tried out a picture. I have seen some graphics for that are excellent. But like some moving GIF graphics.
No. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah. No, that I don't have a problem with.
Okay, what is the issue?
It's the lazy Susan.
Yes, the articulation.
It just turns.
But
it's the articulation.
It's my brain don't work that way.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a clever show of how subverting even the way that you are using your brain to perceive space can absolutely introduce something brand new. Even if technically the core of that mechanic is similar to sorts of things that we've seen, right?
Yeah.
The actual way that they use it, your brain is like, what? Like, you just look at it and you just sit there like, well, hold on. I don't understand it.
It always
turns like this.
It always amazes me that the battle team is like always able to come up with new ideas for mechanics. Like I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it.
For that one in particular, like there's a voice line that goes along with it that the first time that it happens, that you go, wait, yeah, you know, if that were true, it means you would be able to do this. That's right. It's just narratively, that ability makes so much sense. And it makes even more sense after you do it. And you're like, wait a second. Right. They would be in control of that, wouldn't they? You know, it's just one of those things where they really take the mechanics of the fight and reinforce what that thing is, you know? It's really cool.
I felt like all of the fights really nailed that in that regard. I adored these 3 trials. I think that, you know, as far as, I don't know, absolute, totally unique, brand new mechanic kind of thing.
Sure, yeah.
Like, there were a lot of really innovative things, but, you know, I don't know. Is this like Halicarnassus when I think about the first time I looked at Halicarnassus in Savage Raiding? Like, maybe not, like, you know, maybe not to that degree, or, I mean, there's so many examples, Suzaku's DDR, or like these, I don't know, things that feel totally buck wild out there. What is even, like, it's maybe not that, but like you said, I think that there's a lot of new ideas, and some of the things in there are clever subversions, and the actual designs of the bosses, again, without saying anything, I just love them. I love them. It feels so classic. It feels so timeless. They're all so unique. They're so, like, Amano's art, period, in general, as a style, as an aesthetic, is something that I adore. And so to see so many beautiful realizations that I think feel very classic Final Fantasy while being absolutely unique to 14 and Endwalker, I was like, nailed it, out of the park.
Yeah, I think the fights themselves were great. I mean, narrative decisions around the fights aside, I thought the fights themselves were good. What did you guys think about the difficulty of the final one? Was it
I had
too
no problems with
easy?
it.
Was
It
it
was
just
relatively
right?
easy.
I felt like it was, well, the first part was pretty good. There's one mechanic that trips people up, but once you figure out how to deal with it, it's fine.
Yeah.
I felt like the last part was like brain dead easy.
Yeah.
But I didn't have a problem with that just because of where it was placed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I asked that because I think from, I'm curious. I mean, we all remember Shinryu, right? And so I'm, I was curious because, how has Square Enix changed that difficulty of the final fight based off of
I think
the wonderful things that people had to say at the end.
I think they learned their lesson.
I loved OG Shinryu.
Yeah.
I'm so mad. Everybody's so mad about Shinryu. And I get it. It really did get hard to run with people. People would fail whenever it would pop up,
It wasn't everyone so much as I think it was like reviewers.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And those are the ones that are putting the game out there for everybody else. So the fact that all the reviewers at the time were like, this fight was really, really hard.
It is important, especially, again, story beats, right? I acknowledge it's important. It's important that you are creating an experience. Speaking of which, oh my gosh, this is something that I thought was really neat, and I'm glad we can tie it into this with content. They actually did do in a few, was it the trials specifically? Where like, if it was a specific story beat, or it might have been the duty instances, either way, this mechanic where if you were downed while in the flow of your story, in the instance, you would immediately come back up again. And this is something that actually happens in multiple other things, just like throughout the whole expansion. It's just a thing that happens so that your narrative flow isn't destroyed, right? You're not just so mad beating your head against the wall trying to queue into the thing. I'm back in the queue. Get back in the thing. Go back in this 5 number. Now I'm number 400. Now I have to go. Like, so I thought that was really clever. And in that kind of same vein, you don't want somebody to feel like, yes, the high point of this story is going to end up tainted by the fact that you literally just could not get through. And you have to appeal to that common denominator of player skill and range, which is not a bad thing. People use that very disparaging in like a very disparaging way, but it's not. It's just that you have to understand what your base is and what they're going to do. My hope is that we will see with the extreme version of this fight, kind of like Shinryu, that there's a bonus phase, or there are like, they've added layers on layers so that when that comes out, it really does feel like the scale of difficulty you would be facing in that moment. And that I think will really do it for me. Otherwise it was a little easy. It was a little simple.
Sure. I did everything that was group content without friends. I do this on purpose. And it's not because I don't like my friends. I just do it to experience it.
I try. I'm like,
I know.
Come here. No. He's like, no.
Nope. I refuse. I want to experience it with everybody who's playing it as well. I want to have that. I was queuing with everybody, but not any trouble with the last one. The first one, the first trial, boy, did we time out twice on. Oh, boy, did I time out twice during the first trial.
Wow.
Yes, because of that mechanic that we're talking about. With the articulation, oh man, it did not, a lot of people did not get it. And so all 99 minutes twice.
Wow.
My problem with that one, the first time I went through it, I went through with like half friends, half strangers, and we one-shot it. The next time I went through, because I went through them several times as friends would catch up. I'd be like, heck yeah, I'll come back and do that stuff with you. I went in on White Mage because there weren't enough healers. And there was a sage there who didn't understand their job, which is fine. But also just got up and walked away from the computer several times during the course of this fight. And there is a sack mechanic in that fight, which is very, very difficult to heal through as like an 83 White Mage by yourself.
Yeah. That's the other thing that we wiped to every time because we had double sage in both of those groups, and they didn't understand their kit just yet.
Yeah, sages should be able to handle that if they understand. But it's like the first couple of days, so you kind of give them a break as far as they stare at the computer.
So I didn't have any trouble with the last one. It was that first one. That first one. Oh my goodness.
You say Cure 3, but if like 5 people have just died and you're alone trying to raise them, and so there's like 3 or 4 of you alive in the stack mechanic, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Tier 3 doesn't help you. You just die.
There's just too
And
much
it's not
damage
like it's
going
not
on.
like you can be like, sorry, you're the sacrifice, go over there. Because that stack mechanic's like, this one's dead, this one's next.
Oh yeah, it lasts for a long time. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know about the
Talking
last
about
one's
83.
difficulty.
You don't have Lily at 83.
You don't
But-
actually, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. You don't have your full kit. You're going in new. There's a new DPS and heal, so it takes longer than healers have power for, as Rook was saying, for dungeons. It's just the way that it is. But yeah, by the final trial, everybody kind of got their shit together, it seemed. So I don't know.
I would hope so. At that point,
Yeah.
you figure out what the buttons do,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Yeah, I love the trials. I
Mhm.
love them. I
actually
can't
had
wait
the
till we can
most-
actually talk about them because
Yes.
oh,
Yes.
I had the most
I just
issue with the
adore 'em.
second one. Because of the part where you have 4 things that move through.
Yeah.
Again, like several people dead.
I
and
heard,
trying
yeah,
to-
I heard,
I heard thing.
judging the hitbox on that was an issue
Yeah.
for some people.
I was
Uh,
crying too much, so
Yeah.
it's hard for me to do
That was
that.
me in the last fight,
I-
and that's part of the reason why the last fight being brain dead easy after the transition. The transition in the last fight made me cry. I was crying as I was trying to do the last part of this fight. The person who I was doing it with was also crying, and then
Mhm.
3 other people in the trial with us admitted to also being like sobbing.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe that's why they made it so easy on the
It's
last
insane.
one.
I really honestly think it is.
I also
So-
cried on the last one. I mean, the
Yes.
second one, I'm very emotional about specifically the context of what happens
Sure.
there, and the specific thing and entity. And I was singing to myself the whole time and
Mhm.
sobbing while singing.
Yep.
And it was not a good mix.
It's-
But the last fight as well, because it is such an emotional moment. Yeah, I was crying, and maybe they just knew that, and they were like, "This is gonna be emotional, so we'll cut them some
Mhm.
slack."
That's interesting because I've seen a lot of people say this too. Like it was really hard to do the fight because I was crying. I think the last time that I was actually waterworks during a fight was that instance fight in the burn when Gaius shows up again for the first time.
I knew it. I knew it would be that one. I knew it.
I was like, oh my
Yeah,
god,
but, like,
it's him.
I saw the transition and I managed to keep my shit together, and then I heard my friend do a little and I was like, damn it, now I'm crying.
And there it goes.
Uh-huh.
It was so good though.
Has anybody done any gathering or crafting?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
My partner did. Bebop has been, and Bebop seemed to be a little bit frustrated with some of the fact that so they decided that they were going to craft gather while they tried to do all the MSQ stuff, which
Oh.
they found to be a little bit frustrating because I guess
That's a
certain
choice.
leaves. Yeah, I know. And they were like, this is how you're supposed to do it. And I was like, I love you and I married you, but I don't know if that's right. But I didn't say anything else after that. And sorry, Bebop, if you're watching right now, I still love you. But watching or listening, but they were a little bit frustrated because they wanted to work on both simultaneously, and they found it a little bit annoying when you're trying to do leaves and things. But then the leaves were in parts of areas that you could get to, but because they had put these kind of invisible walls between areas to try and keep you from getting places too soon, or to make flight more convenient or stuff like that, it was really getting arduous for them to have to go all the way around, come back, go back
Sure.
there. And I was like, well, just save it for afterwards. And they were like, I can't, you're not supposed to. And I was like,
Yeah,
I don't know if you're right.
Yeah,
Oh, I did do one thing. I was like, I'll go do dwarf dailies to start working on my stuff. Dwarf dailies give 1,000 XP each. That's it.
so worth it. Yeah, I remember seeing that in the notes. I'm like, cool, thanks
why?
for that.
Why?
Pixie Quest will still give you some decent XP
Yeah.
for battle
Pixies are
classes
still
at
great.
least.
Yeah.
I ended up getting minor
1K, 1,000, not
Yeah.
300K, not even
Yeah.
20K. It's they specifically wanted you to look at that number and go, haha, don't do this.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I got my
I
minor
really-
up to I think 86. So I got a little bit of you can't do the HQ stuff anymore, and how that
Yeah.
works, and it feels fine to me. It's
Well,
just
that's good.
it's gathering as normal, more or less. I haven't jumped into any crafting yet, but
Yeah, I
I'm
haven't done
being
this
told that's what happened in Stormblood too. I don't think I tried to go back for Stormblood. Just didn't think about it. But like, I think that's really nuts. Since the pixie ones are still good, why aren't the dwarf and Kikirn ones still good?
Because they want you to
I
do
agree.
whatever the crafting and gathering tribe quests are going to be that
I
aren't
guess,
out yet
to
and
be
won't be out
fair-
yet for like another year.
To be fair, if I like I said, I haven't really done anything, but if the speed at which you level crafters and gatherers is the same comparatively as it was in Stormblood, it's really fast, so you don't really need it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you know, that's the issue we had in Stormblood, right? It's like, oh, cool, we have these quests now where we can level. Oh, you already leveled. All right, well.
Personally, I think that they need to do some kind of. We talked about this previously, and I still stand by it. I think they need to do something for these beast tribes where they unify all of them, the amount of quests you have to do, the amount of experience you get for the quests, all that kind of stuff, and they do something where they sync to whatever level character you bring to them. Like, obviously, you will have had to have gotten some character through the story to unlock certain ones. But to give them more replayability, because there are rewards, there's special stuff behind them, there's story, there's culminating story. Like,
Unless you're playing
honestly,
Shadowbringers, because they didn't do it for Shadowbringers.
yes, but it's like, it's one of those things for me. I mean, there's story just doing them, right? You get the story.
Yeah.
The pixie story is
Yeah.
fantastic. The dwarves are
Yes.
tons of fun.
Yeah.
Kikirn, I'm still working on, so I don't know, but they seem fine. But it's kind
That's the
of
one
one
that
of
Fusion
those-
hates because it's got a choice.
I know, but like, to me, I think give your players more options, right? Give them more options and give them options across the board with all of the tribes so that you can use them as a leveling tool forever. Just use them. I personally would prefer to see that, because right now it sucks to go back and you maybe haven't finished those, and then you're looking at it and you're like, I'm getting nothing for doing this. Or you want to do the story, or you want to go back, but it takes so long. And the original ones, you have to do so many quests to get all of the tiers. And it's just like, I would rather just have this be something that functions as something else that you can tell people, go do these stories, especially given the role that those tribes have taken in the story over time and the way that they've evolved. I truly think that you should be able to interact with them, get something for your time, and, do your dailies with them. Like, what is one more little thing that's a daily for you? I really don't think it's that big of a deal. I just wish they would do it already.
Okay. Moving on, job adjustments. So we'll throw Sage and Reaper in here too, since they are brand new. And we
By
talked a little.
adjusted, you mean turned on?
Yeah. Just job actions, traits, abilities, all that kind of stuff. And we talked about this last week a fair amount, because that was probably really one of the only things we could talk about.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I've gotten machinist to 90 since then. The chainsaw or whatever it is, like, it makes me get my robot faster, and that's cool. Just it's right. It's that whole thing. It's like, oh, this is an evolution of what we did in Stormblood. It's just like a natural progression of that. And yes, it is. I will say my Reaper is 84 now. The more I play Reaper, the more I absolutely love its kit. It's got a lot of really good stuff. You want to jump forward, you can jump backwards, you can use the portal to go back to that. You want to shield yourself? Cool. You want to shield yourself and then you can reach into the party? Yes. It's just a lot of really cool stuff that Reaper can do. And
it's real good.
Yeah. I've been really enjoying Reaper, and it's definitely going to be my third job to 90, I think. I dabbled on Summoner a little bit. Got that to 81, unlocked Bahamut. And yeah, I enjoyed it. It seems pretty straightforward. That having been said, I haven't really actively played Summoner since like mid Heavensward. So it's been a while for me. But it felt fine. So I was debating on, leveling up my red mage and then leveling up sage. I'm like, or I could just level summoner and then I'll have a healer and a caster for these role quests. So
one day that won't be true, I hope. One day they'll break summoner and scholar.
I did think I did I get sage to 81? I've played on sage a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far for me, I think everything feels fine. I know that there are issues. We talked about this last week when it comes to healing through either certain fights or certain abilities. You know,
Yeah, I didn't even look into that.
TBN.
Oh, it's real bad. It's real rough.
Yeah.
It's real
Growing
rough.
pains, I
Spell
think.
it out for us, Rook.
Oh, I just mean right now, probably the worst matchup between tank and healer is Dark Knight and Sage. Again, this isn't to say that it's impossible, not at all.
Right.
You absolutely can. But the unfortunate nature of most things is that if you are pugging something, you're just in a group with random people, you're not on comms, you don't know what that person's going to do, you don't know what the other people in your party are going to do, and depending on what level threshold you're at, that's also really important.
Yep.
Because on Sage, there are certain things that will allow you to have more heals on demand or convert and all kinds of stuff, depending on where you are in that leveling process or content. So the unfortunate thing right now is that it's real dicey when a Dark Knight uses Living Dead and you are a Sage healing them. Because depending on what else has happened and what else you have going, there may be certain situations where you just literally have nothing to get them to full in the time that you need. And so you're sitting there like, bye. I guess I'll res you. That counts, right? That's helping. Like,
That's mitigation.
There,
and
yeah.
it's not the
What
case every
is-
time. And a skillful
Yeah.
Sage, again, can do a lot to avoid it. But the unfortunate nature is, if Dark Knight uses that, if they ever feel like they need to use it, or they accidentally hit it, or whatever it is, no amount of shields that you have on them, yes, you can convert some into healing, but it's like, again, if you don't have something that can burst them to full quickly, they will die. So it's just an unfortunate thing because I honestly feel like at this point, with all of the other things they've given the other tanks and the self-sustain and the passive heals and the active heals and the everything else, feels like they should just remove this insta-death punishment for Dark Knight. Leave the health low. I mean, Gunbreaker, I know the length and the duration of the ability is longer, and you know, there are perks to it, but honestly, I think it was designed at a time where healers were all one thing. I know it was designed at a time where healers were all one thing, right? So the idea of every healer having some kind of oh crap mega heal was automatically built into it. But now that they have split these two, and I think for the better, I love the idea of two separate playstyles. I'm sold on it. They did it. The shield healers play differently, and I love that. They need to do something else with this ability to either make it so that it like counts if you have a shield on you and you die or whatever. I don't know. They need to do something where both kits can adapt to it really well, and it's not just like, okay, well, we have to give everybody some kind of instant heal to full, when in reality I really think that could be a fun thing to keep for pure healers and to let shield healers have something else, that makes them unique.
Yeah,
oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I've run a lot. I mean, right. Like I've run each dungeon at least a few times at this point. But so many times when I have a Dark Knight and a Sage, we end up having this weird transformation on Reaper, and I'm not talking about in Shroud. It's where my butt clenches so hard that it just turns into one unibutt because the tank dies. And then I sit there tanking everything with like 2,000 HP for like 20 seconds.
Thank you for using my technical terminology.
The
Fusion.
Unibutt. I brought it. I brought it back.
Yep.
The Unibutt. Yeah, it's just like it's happened a lot where it's like, oh, the tank died. Please heal me.
Yeah, it's a unique kind of interaction with Sage and Dark Knight because Sage has a lot of like rolling damage mitigation. Like you're gonna have 10% damage mitigation basically all the time. They could do that, but Dark Knight's Living Dead is the only time where damage mitigation doesn't matter. Like, okay, Hollowed, you're not going to die anyway, so who cares? But all right, you still didn't get to 1, so that when it was over, you didn't immediately die. That's technically damage mitigation helping you, right? All of them get helped by damage mitigation except for Living Dead, because it doesn't matter how much less damage they're taking. You have to heal their full HP. So that's why one of the ideas that I had was if they had damage mitigation up when they pressed it, lower the amount of HP by that percentage, right? They had 10% damage mitigation. When they use Living Dead, you need to heal them to 90%, right? Because you had damage mitigation and it helped to mitigate their damage that they took to themselves. It's weird to think about, but it would just reduce the amount you had to heal.
Yeah,
right.
Something needs to be done.
I don't know.
I honestly think I've been messing with Sage a little bit. I haven't gotten it all the way to 90, but the more I sort of understand its kit, the more I think that a Sage with everything in its pocket can definitely handle it no problem. In the case of maybe going through a dungeon where you are struggling with a Dark Knight because maybe you're not vibing so well and you've used everything already on big pack of mobs or whatever, you have nothing. They use Living Dead because they have nothing. They're screwed.
Yeah,
but
that's it.
I think in the case of especially like end game rating where you are prepared for what's going to happen, the player that you're healing, I think it's going to be absolutely fine.
Oh yeah, but I don't think you can base the functionality of these kits off of that kind of gameplay.
No, I'm just saying, in addition to everything that we said,
yes.
I think in a balanced, put together party, I think it's going to be just fine. So
well, it is, and honestly, when you're running that kind of content anyway, you should, in theory, have a co-healer. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. This is a very hyper specific situation. And I've seen a lot of people who are like, if you're just a really smart sage, you'll know what to do. And I'm like, I have been running content with people who are maining Sage who have for years, they have done, even world's first rating, they have done all kinds of stuff, and they are on Sage and they are telling me this, like, and when I'm doing it, it's happening to me. And when I'm, so it's like, it's one of those things where, yes, in most situations and in controlled situations, you are going to be fine and it's not going to be a problem. But I don't think that in like base design for any of these classes, there should be a no-win situation with a certain matchup.
Like I said last week, that even happened to me. That even happened to me with the Dark Knight on White Mage. On White Mage, it happened to me. I'm just like, I've already used everything on you. You have used Living Dead because you thought you were going to die, and I have nothing to heal you up fast enough. Sorry.
Yeah, but it is something where I think with White Mage, your options to respond, you have much greater amounts than like something like this kind of situation. It's weird and it's specific, and it's been something that even I've been surprised by. And again, it's not in most stuff; it's in very specific situations. But it happens enough that I think I would say it's warranted to look at this. Not to mention all the other things we went into last week, talking about new players not even fundamentally understanding how this works on healer and what it means to have to deal with a Dark Knight tank. Again, I love the theme. I love the idea of it. I love the flair of it. But it's one of those things where like, if people just straight up don't know, it's such a hyper specific weird thing with Dark Knight that like, they just die because of it. You know what I mean? Like, and it's weird to have this exception in a game that otherwise usually tries to build rules for new player experience.
Because
I definitely feel like I have a brain fart in the middle of my sentence. Go ahead.
Because everything else about Sage is so strong. I just wanted to segue out of that corner case because it doesn't matter, honestly. Like, they'll fix it or they won't. It's honestly a problem with Dark Knight, not Sage. But otherwise, Sage is just crazy strong. Like,
oh yeah.
And EXs, which we won't talk about exactly what they are. But yeah, like, Sage is powerful, insanely powerful in group content. Amazing. It's just amazing.
Can I say too that some of the weapon designs on Sage are like insane.
Beautiful.
I love them.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my gosh, there's one that's just peacock feathers.
There's peacock feathers. There's like giant floating guns. Like there's such a wide variety. It's really surprising. Yeah.
As like other, go ahead, Zen. Go ahead.
I have to get things out before my goldfish brain attacks again.
Please.
I think it's already happened.
Oh no.
It's about Dark Knight. It's about Dark Knight.
And how they're
dark
and they're nice.
Square didn't care, so we don't.
Okay, so here. People who really love the job probably don't want to see the essence of that ability killed, right? Walking Dead, they don't want the essence changed. But I do. What I really wanted to say in the end was I agree with Charles. I think having some sort of mitigation counting against that tide of death is probably a great idea. Yoshi P. That's what I was gonna say.
It would be cool if you had it's not possible, but if you had a shield for all their health, you should just not have to worry about it. They are taking the damage, but they're not. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It would be cool, but I don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
Please continue with Sage talk.
Sage is super strong. Reaper is also super incredibly strong as far as damage is concerned.
Yeah.
So
It's so fun to play.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a taste of it on, with the media tour. But like, it's so good. Like, it has there's so many options with its kit.
Yeah.
Like, I was running, one of the dungeons last night, and I'm like, oh, we're gonna get hit by a raid wide. Go ahead, pop this, enjoy your, like, it's not the best regen, but like, I helped.
Yeah.
And that feels really good.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it?
Mhm.
Curing Waltz always makes me feel good.
Yeah.
Something sort of funny I wanted to talk about was like the weird like flipped duality of Monk and Bard right now. Apparently a lot of people feel like Monk feels terrible to play, but Monk is actually kicking a lot of ass.
Yes.
Bard feels really great to play right now and is not doing so well.
Yeah, it's a weird duality. I've been leveling Bard, and it is super fun to play right now.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I think the changes they made have been good. I've enjoyed leveling it. I mean, I don't know if it's just a potency thing. I need to actually look more when I get my final capstone for it and everything, and the buffs that you can put out, because again, it's one of those things where, at least from the media tour, it seemed like Dancer and Astrologian both could far more frequently and for greater length and all kinds of stuff buff damage. And then for Bard to be like, oh, and then you also just, but for a really short period of time, you can get a little bit of a damage buff. I was like, make that like more frequent, make you be able to use it more, make it more potent if it's going to be rare.
What's really crazy is they let all of Bard's buffs finally affect Bard, and still they're not doing well. Like, they probably tuned it down a little too much.
It was the adjustment for procs not being on dots anymore, because that's what they were always terrified of, because when it can proc individually on a dot and there's a big group or even just a cleave situation, all of a sudden you're getting double the blood letters that you're supposed to.
Why not?
But now
what's wrong with
that doesn't work, because it broke it apparently. But now that doesn't work because dots have nothing to do with anything else in your kit, nothing at all, other than Iron Jaws to bring it back. So yeah, I guess. And they have the potency of dots, so they feel kind of tacked on. It's a little bit, it's okay.
Yeah. Sorry,
What?
Fusion didn't realize he was clicky clacking on
Oh,
his
whatever.
keyboard.
No, that's not me. That's not me.
What?
That's
Who is
coming.
that?
I think that's coming through Aldeno's mic.
Oh, it might be behind me then.
Yeah. Those clicky keyboards, they feel good.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
you can hear
I
'em.
can't
It's
kick
fine.
her out of the room now because it's hard to be in a queue. So
Yeah, that's fair.
normally I'm alone.
Now
in
I
the
can just
room,
envision her behind. Excuse me, you want a what now?
but yeah,
Fine.
it's interesting to me how that still did work to Bard's detriment.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. I mean,
Bard is. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bard,
just-
Summoner, Machinist, Ninja. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna get adjusted. Don't look at the numbers. You can't find them anyway.
I mean,
there's
and,
no way to
and-
know these
right,
numbers.
and you, also you have to consider too, like this is the 0.0, right? We'll
Yeah,
get
they're gonna
the
be adjusted.
adjustments. They're
It's
coming.
fine.
Don't worry.
Does it feel good to play? Right?
Bard really
If it
does
doesn't,
feel nice
that's
right
what we
now.
need to talk
Does?
about. Yeah.
There you go.
I like it. The extended
Yeah.
durations. The
Tweak,
dots,
tweak
the
a couple
also-
numbers here and there. It'll be fine.
I'd also say with White Mage, it's funny because I think White Mage and Dark Knight are kind of in a similar boat in that they weren't given a huge amount of new stuff. You know what I mean? And I've heard a lot of people talking about Dark Knight in relation to that and how they're a terrible, worst tank now and all this stuff. And I'm like, no, they're the same as they were pretty much. It's just they didn't get anything wildly revolutionary. They're still strong and still fine. And I believe they've been top of the DPS in many situations as far as tanks go. White Mage, kind of the same deal, where we didn't get anything that revolutionary. Lily Bell, which actually got changed to Liturgy of the Bell, which I was like, what a weird little change from the media to her.
All right.
I guess it kind of leans more into that priestly element or that kind of, sacred kind of feel. I don't know. But Liturgy of the Bell is really nice, and I love it for dots. I love it because every time the dot hits you, you cleanse yourself last, because every single time that dot hits you, it goes off. It's great for the multi-hit stacks that they seem to be favoring this time around. Achmorn for days, or as one of my moderators calls it, Dragon Yell many times, lots of damage, even if it's not a dragon.
Accurate, yeah.
So it's great for those things, and I love that it saw a situation and it reacts to it. But the big thing is that White Mage doesn't really feel that different. However, it feels real good to play because of the aforementioned slight tweak down on healing, because of all these other things, shield healers being more shield specific. I really feel, I think for the first time as a White Mage, really truly, that my healing is needed and appreciated. And that everything I have in my kit is valuable.
Yeah, it's one of those things, I think, right? Because it's an expansion, everyone's like, oh, I want new shinies. But not everybody is necessarily going to get new shinies, and that like can, it can suck, like if you don't get anything that's like super cool. But like if the job still feels solid coming into an expansion with changes like that, like as long as it's still fun to play, that's the thing to worry about, right? It's not, with like Summoner, we redid Summoner. It's good to play. Oh, okay, then great. Like it's
the numbers will be fixed. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah. As long as the flow of it feels fine, that's the most important part. Everything else can be patched later. It's the identity of the job and how it plays that they can't just be like, well, we'll just change this. Like you're not gonna get the Summoner rework or the Machinist rework as a 0.1 patch update.
0.1, yeah.
Like so as long as they seem like the foundation is solid now, they can patch in the some potency changes and stuff, and it'll be fine.
The only thing to worry about, and this is the only thing that I do worry about, is those fundamental changes like we were talking about. When Dancer was announced, we were like, wait, the support? Weird. All right. Well, I guess everything else will have just a little bit less support. So I think reclassification of jobs, unbeknownst to us, is something that you might want to think about. Because if all of a sudden, we have Reaper, and Reaper is very good at a lot of things, but they're not a selfish DPS, technically, because they have buffs.
Yeah.
But they're not doing damage like a selfish, or like a buffing DPS. They're doing damage like a selfish DPS. And if they're reclassifying things without us knowing about it, that might be a little different. If all of a sudden, I don't know, this is not what they're doing, but if they were, Samurai is now a utility. If that were the case, then you're kind of screwed. And this could be the case for Machinist, Bard, Summoner, Dancer. A reclassification could happen, honestly, at any given time, because Bard got reclassified from a support to a DPS, and they never really settled on what it was.
It's really weird too. I mean, with this game too, the idea of like support and utility and stuff, because it's not just, it's like a couple actions. Like it's not like the base of the job. You know what I mean? So it's really, it's such a weird thing.
And they really seem to weigh how much utility you have on how much damage you're allowed to do.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's a good balance point to pick. But it changes constantly. And, people who really identify as some of these jobs, they might not like it if it changes that much. A la Bard Mage, That's just the way it goes. So, yes, be wary. Figure out if it feels good. Get that constructive criticism out. Numbers, just still let it, just for a little bit. Just for a little bit. I know it's always said, but just for a little bit, let it settle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dancer was good. I think last time I said it, it felt a little clunky. That's just because you hit 5 to 8 buttons before you really start throwing out all of your stuff, and those are the same. So like my muscle memory is like do, and then I go into the old opener. It's wrong. It's very wrong. There's so many new things I'm supposed to do now, but when I do execute things correctly, feels fine. Feels great.
Yep.
I've heard that maybe it's a little tuned down, but it is Dancer. It's supposed to be low, according to the rules that we've seen for the ages past. It's supposed to be low, so I'm not worried about it right now. Dancer's fun. not sorry, Bard. You didn't pull me back. You tried. You almost got me, but not quite.
That's okay. So I was on the opposite. See, I haven't gone
yeah.
for my dancer, but I went for my bard, so I got it covered.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. All right. Also, I've leveled Astrologian.
Yeah.
I really used to like Astrologian. I sort of went, too many weird buttons and played White Mage through Shadowbringers when I needed to heal. Kind of like an Astrologian. And that is for the reason that, so White Mage's kit feels very, like, tied together. This button does this button does this button does this. Whereas Astro is like, this button does this at this time if you do this button first. So if you like for your brain to bounce around a little bit and be confused while you're doing things, Astro.
Way to sell it.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I love that. So that speaks to me. And yeah, I got that sense from the media tour. I was surprised that I haven't leveled it yet. I've been focusing Reaper, Sage, which are both amazing and fun, and I've really loved that. Bard, and then White Mage. But Astro is like pretty high on that list for me once I get through the role quest things, because it was really fun to play. I was surprised. And I still love old school Stormblood Astro, and I'm really sad that we don't have that anymore. But I did actually like, it seemed like a lot of the changes that they had done.
Yeah, and I can't entirely say that like, oh, these changes are great, because I know at least things like Horoscope, that's old. But Horoscope, because I didn't really use it during Shadowbringers, I didn't really play Astro. It's like a new thing to me. So sure. I'm learning all of these things that I kind of went, I don't care about before, along with all the new stuff that they get. I know some people don't like the change to Lord and Lady of Crowns. I do. I know people liked the ability to take that card and burn it and make it a little stronger and throw it somewhere. I like, it's another heal or it's another damage. And at least healing in dungeons, I feel like you really need that extra heal sometimes. They're and I feel like Astro is also almost better for AoE healing. So much of what is helpful, like the stars, which we have not talked about, they're huge. Astrologian stars fill an entire arena now.
As somebody that raided with an Astro, it was always like, stand at the star. I'm like, I can't even see it. I don't know where it is. Where do you want me to be?
You don't have to worry about
you don't
seeing
have
it
to
now,
worry
because
about
you're
it
inside
anymore.
of it. You're inside already.
I love that change. As a DPS, I love that change.
You know what it does do though? It makes you realize how copy paste the like arena shapes they use are, because they fit inside like all of them.
Yeah.
The size of all of the arena.
It's almost like it was intentional.
Yeah. Either way, stars, the card, if you get Lady of Crowns, it's a big old AoE heal. That's nice. The extra heal from Horoscope on AoE is especially nice. Nocturnal Sect, I think, is the one. If I think that's the right one. It's a purple button, but it makes it so you put shields up when you put up your regions. That's real nice. I never like it. That's basically how it worked before when you were the Noct, and like if you were on Diurnal, you could use that and get the shields. I'm explaining things that people already know, because this is how the job already worked. But anyway, all of these things that Astro had before and did not have now are interesting me now, whereas they did not before, and I don't know why that is. But
yeah,
the big star thing at the end, like it's a dumb thing to say, star thing. They're all star things. The falling stars, your capstone ability.
Yes.
I don't even really know what that does, but it looks really cool.
I believe it heals and damages, correct?
I was like, isn't it supposed to do damage? Because it does not. It does crap for damage.
It does damage, but what it's really supposed to do is all the damage that someone takes during that buff, you give back when you press it again. You give them the HP back. Well, 50% of it back.
I got 90 Astro yesterday and was just like, I just want to hit the button and look at it. I didn't really even read the
It is ridiculous, and one of the reasons why Astro and Dark Knight is not a problem at all. If you were to keep that for that, you'd have zero issue. You shouldn't keep it for that, but if you were, it'd be perfect.
But yeah, to me, Astro doesn't feel as tied together and thematic as White Mage, but all of the variety in the heals is becoming more interesting to me. So maybe give it a look-see.
Anything
I'll
else
stop talking about stars now.
anything else we want to cover on job adjustments before we move on to the last
I mean, a whole bunch, but I'm
section?
not going to.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
you
the
don't want to
biggest,
say anything
broadest
about
strokes.
Summoner?
There's really
that
nothing
was
to say.
the entire episode last week.
Yeah, it was like it feels good. They got a lot of adjustment to do numbers wide across the board, but it feels good, and that's all that matters. So that's about it. There are definitely a lot of weird things. I leveled Ninja. It's a little weird at the end, but I think it'd be better to talk about that once Savage is around to see what they wanted to change.
Sure.
Because I think what they want to change is not as important as what they didn't change. Like, okay, well, this is a little weird, right? Like, we're saying right now that it's hard for Sage and Dark Knight. If they don't change that, they disagree. So to me, it's more important what they don't change, what we see, what they don't think is a problem. So that's what I'm waiting for, that first patch. It doesn't matter until then, honestly, as long as it feels good.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it seems like overall, across the board, people have been fairly positive about the changes. I think
Yeah.
the most that I've heard has maybe been, yes, a little bit about Monk. But, you know,
Yeah.
some people actually have been saying they really love it. And even if they feel like it's an unpolished idea, they still really like the
Mhm.
direction it's headed in.
Yeah.
Overall, it seems like things have been good. The 2 new classes are really strong thematically and in what they do. But I also don't feel like they have just completely annihilated everyone else in a sense. You know what I mean? Like, while there may be some discussion, yes, to be had about that buff and that damage and things like that, it still feels like many of the other classes were brought fairly in line and have a lot of good things that they themselves can use and a good new direction or, you know, a good new rebuild. So I think overall, I personally think that it's a pretty big success across the board. And
Mhm.
I hope that those few other things that we've talked about in the past, when they're able to, they can do more of a redesign for certain classes or fully finalize some of the ideas that they're having on them. But it feels like a pretty strong opening for classes here with this expansion. Nothing that makes us all just want to yell endlessly. So that's good.
Yeah.
All right then. So last section, we call this presentation. So this is going to be audio. Obviously, we're going to be talking a lot about music. You know, visual stuff. All that. You know, whatever. It kind of wraps everything up. I mean, music was really good.
Do you guys remember the battle music last time? Every time. So sick of it. The battle music this time, opposite of that. Love it. Want to fight more things to hear it more often. So
Agreed.
good.
It was so good. I mean, everything. I think the whole sound design, all the songs, I couldn't believe it as I started the game. Within the first, 15 minutes, I think I had heard 5 unique pieces. And I was like, what? And then the way that they even transform those musical themes, use them in different ways, supplement them, use them in the zones, use them in encounters. I mean, there is such a language. I was talking to Bebop, and Bebop and I were remarking about the fact that it seems like there's a lot of fifths. I think it's perfect fifth in a lot of the music, and we were kind of musing I wonder if that was intentional. Do you think it was meant to be a throwback to this or a reference to that piece? That was
It's actually a reference to the Nautilus. If you go back,
also that.
It's the 5th expansion.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it's something where whatever the case is, the sound design for this one was just brilliant. It's so gorgeous. And even just the job sounds, the effect sound,
that's what I was going to
all
say.
of that has been so good. I loved it. It was very good. Amazing. And my favorite song came back a whole bunch. I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, I
the
thought
music
that.
on the music in a place in a third, fourth zone that's taken from a different Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't even know the reference, but I could tell what listening to it.
And then when you get in a fight, you also get the battle music.
Yeah, that was
Yep.
that was something somebody had to tell me about, because after the wonderful da 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 I actually turned battle music off. Just so I could enjoy the zone music going through.
Even if it makes me mad, I never turn it off.
I usually don't either, but this time around I'm like, you know what? I want to just listen to the zone music. I have since then gone and turned it off. But yeah, I think I've really liked a lot of the pieces in this one. There's the track we heard in the launch trailer I thought was really good from Jason Miller. I thought was fantastic. I can't really say any more than that.
The only thing that I can say is the last zone's music is so good. And
the evolution of it.
Yes, the way that it's handled.
Yes.
And then going back to it after the fact, every time I'm just like, yep, that's right. There was the song. Here's the song that's trying to hurt me. That's right. It's trying to hurt me. That's right.
Yeah,
it is still doing it. Yeah.
It was a really interesting way to do progression.
Yeah.
Do you think that it still works at the end of the day now?
Yes.
For that music in the zone to constantly loop? Or does it work more as a temporary kind of thing?
I think that I can be of two minds, and this gets so far in the spoilers it's not even funny. But I think it's very important that song stay afterwards.
Okay.
For reasons. I think it's very important that it stay afterwards. Now looping and the way that it does, maybe not. I don't know.
And I also say this from somebody that probably has spent a little too long waiting for certain fates to pop.
Oh sure, yeah. I mean that
not as much as other people, thankfully, but
haven't even attempted in that zone.
That song. I think it's gorgeous. I also love all of the musical symbolism and the actual like narrative parallel of how that song builds in contrast to the other counterbalance of music that we know. And I mean, gosh, I went to music school, right? I've been singing in choir since I can literally remember. The idea of coming together, bringing your own individual sound, music, everything. To me, I think music is so powerful because, again, of that human element. And we in Final Fantasy love it more than anything, you know? But to use it in such a way that is so poignant, to me, I don't mind that it stays there because it's a reminder of what we've made together, if that makes sense, over the course of the years of playing this game and for many other reasons. I will tell you this, the one thing that I cannot stop singing, not stop, everyone, da da na 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 na, oh higher. It's every 10 minutes in our house. I'm wandering around like I've got my thing. I'm like getting coffee. I'm like, I'm in the zone. I'm talking to my partner, and I'm just like silent for a second, and I start going.
It doesn't end.
There are anthems I'm gonna remember.
Way more musical than it's been over here. Usually over here, it's every 20 minutes, one of us just says to each other, "Hey, can you wiggle my dude?" So that we don't get kicked out. I thought that everything was really good. I also really liked, and I know we've talked about this a little bit before too. Razadhan is a lot cooler than I thought it would be. There's not really any spoilers here, but you know, when we first were shown it, it's like, wow, that's a lot of color. But it's a little more muted, I think, than I was thinking it might be originally. And that music is like really good.
Yep.
It's
really
like
good.
It's like, sorry, Yulmore, but like this is a solid theme. I love the nighttime, like Razadhan. It's so good.
The fact that they took in Indian musical inspirations and like India has such a phenomenal tradition of music. It is honestly one of my favorite musical traditions. The rhythmic things in India are so fascinating. It's just such a gorgeous style of music that has such a big diverse tradition there. So to actually have that in here and in a zone that's so gorgeously realized again was incredible. I thought while we were talking, this dawned on me. Maybe the only critique I have of the music, and it's not really a critique. I still think it's great. It's not actually really. It's my lukewarm, possible maybe this could be a take. Is that I did find myself missing on a couple of the dungeons. a theme that felt more really distinctive.
Sure.
They kind of went like sweeping hero epic orchestration for a lot of them, which is absolutely fair, and that's what this is, right? It's Endwalker. So I do think it works, and they are beautiful compositions, but I kind of like the weird ones.
Yeah.
I really like when they do something weird with dungeons, with the music, or you know, you think Academia and the like record scritch, you think of
Sure.
Gooble, and the first time you hear Gooble and you're like, what is happening to my ears? Why? And then you get like the hard mode version and you're like, oh my gosh, it all has become clear. Like I really like when they do something super distinctive with, you know, the dungeon music. And so there were a few where I kind of felt like, oh, we could have maybe made this a little more unique to this. But again, I think that there's absolute justification, and the compositions were still gorgeous. Soken does nothing poorly. You know what I mean? So it's not really a complaint. It's more just kind of a thing that I sort of noticed.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting for that Holminster switch moment, because to me, like, that dungeon's music and presentation at the very beginning, I love that. Was so good at the beginning of Shadowbringers. Like the way that it starts, the kind of panic that you have, you kind of just understand what a transformation is, because maybe you did that part last, and then you go immediately into Holminster. And I think, you know, that we were talking about pacing, and I think that would have been a better choice, kind of the way that was set up. But anyway, yeah, and they don't stand out to me. Like a couple of the later dungeons, yes, but the first few, I'm just like, was that a different song? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't even think of it right now.
I definitely feel like we do get those one or two songs, Answers and what is it even, Flow? What's the Footfalls? The theme, the actual theme. Those two. Yeah, Footfalls. They're repeated over and 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 over again. I'm one of those people though that will listen to the same song about 50,000 billion times and not be sick of it.
Oh yeah, no. As soon as that EP dropped, like that entire week was just listening to Footfalls.
Yes.
Yep.
And even though I did hear that song in its 1,000 variations 5,000 times, I was not sick of it. Definitely not sick of it. Very happy. And especially that part that you can't get out of your head, Rook. Every time that part started to play, I just felt uplifted. And the words right there, those lyrics, they're describing how they make me feel. And I just love it. It's so good.
That song is so fantastic. Well, because of the way they use it, you know, the way, and again, we're not going to get into massive details, but it is used as a symbolic tool in the game, right?
Yep.
So the way that it's integrated in, maybe without you even knowing, the way that it's revealed, the way that you then have different contexts for it. I was so struck by the first time you get the full sung part, and then the last time you get the whole thing sung. And the two different characters that it is portrayed with, who you think for much of this game, oh, these two would be complete opposites. These two would represent opposite things. And then to get the music set underneath them and for the lyrics to fit so perfectly for both. And I literally just sat there in those moments and just listened. I tried to pick out every single lyric I could, because to me, I was like, this is as much of a message in this scene as any text they have. And so I was trying to just get what it was. And then when you look at some of the other language used, and the fact that like the life stream and ether in the game are oftentimes related to water, the fact that so many of the lyrics have this water theme, life, death, it's detail on detail on detail on detail that works from the top down to the bottom. And that is artistry in a game. And it's something that I think that no matter what maybe the final impression of this expansion had for many people, that level of detail for the vast majority of it is undeniable. And the way that these different art teams and gaming teams come together to realize it really is special. It's special. Many games do this, but MMOs in particular, you know, they're not always maybe viewed as much as an art form, if that makes sense. Not to say that they aren't, because all game has artistry, But to decide that you were going to take an MMO and make it a real like piece of art and something that's so moving with such notable people who are working on it, it's like, wow, that's I have many feelings about it. I have so many feelings about it.
Yeah. I think moving on to, I think something that I noticed, I feel like I noticed, I feel like the animation for characters was better in this expansion as well. Just like, whether, I mean, we know Loporits are a thing. Just the way that they're just like, hey, and they like rub their little bunny cheeks. Like, there's something about it that just, it felt really good. Like the animation work I thought was really well done.
Yeah. There's a lot of work in facial expression that they started with Hildebrand,
From the people that brought you Hildebrand and crazy Asahi face.
Yeah. Just finding the boundaries of it and then coming back and using those in very interesting ways. So,
yeah.
It's really cool.
When I was in theater school, when I went to theater school to be an actor, you have to always say it that way because it's way more fun. So, one of my favorite areas of study was movement, and I've talked about this on and off, but specifically physicalization in theater. How we as people hold ourselves, move, inhabit space, communicate things, how characters can be communicated clearly. And it is so nice to finally see some of these characters really get the physicalization that they've built in their character details, but maybe haven't been able to realize. The way that Alice holds herself, and like, even, she is so upright and so brazen, and like, there's all those little gestures that you get with her. Even going back to that cutscene back in the patches leading up where she was like, oh, and she was flopping over on the table, but when she's ever trying to measure up against anybody else, you see that like, I am gonna hold my own in her posture. You see Graha's little ear flicks and the little things he does that like gives away his feelings.
His freaking eyes when he's just
when
like
his eyes get all
big starry eyes.
I mean, there was
it's so good.
There's also a scene with food, right? Which
yes,
it's akin to like that Shadowbringers cutscene where it's like he poured water into that cup and you could see the water.
Look at how good it was.
Like it's that, but like with like solid food. It's just like I can see the layers of that, and I don't know why that's so impressive to me. Also, now I really am hungry to.
Every
it's
time
a little thing.
somebody hands something and it doesn't actually get handed now, I'm like, who got me?
Right.
No.
Meanwhile, it's like,
I mean, even the parts where characters were touching. And I'm so glad that they did that, because this was a whole expansion about connection. So to have something where it's like, like you would have a hug and then it would fade to black, or you would reach out to take somebody's hand, but then mysteriously you just never see it. It was very affecting in many scenes to actually see the contact, the touch. In that eating scene, one of the characters takes something from the other and steals it and eats it. And it's so fun. Like, I love Yes. And again, that's a little character beat, because for that character, it's absolutely indicative of their personality. And I just loved all of those little bits. The world feels so much better, so tangible. It's so nice.
A very small thing. We have a new sheathing animation that only happens in the cutscenes. I can't do it any other way. Like, I noticed it because I'm like, that's not how I put my book away. That's a very much cooler way to put a book away. Oh, I can't do that. Why can I not do that? Like,
look, so we got stubble. Here, Midlanders got stubble. You will soon be able to put your book away slightly differently.
Yeah. Yep.
I heard they did something different with the V poses. Is that right? I haven't actually confirmed.
I've seen.
Maybe somebody in chat will know. Everybody keeps telling me while I was streaming.
Oh.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they were just talking about the sheathing stuff.
Oh, I don't know.
I heard something that they did something with a couple of the V poses. Not that they overhauled the pose, but that I don't know if they worked in some of that sheathing animation or not.
Maybe.
I need to confirm it and look for it. Oh, Stargazer says no. The sheathing thing is what people were talking about. Okay, so the sheathing animation. Okay.
It's really cool, and I don't know how to replicate it. I don't know that we can, but
be in a cutscene.
Yeah.
I definitely I noticed also, because the dancer one is different. You do like a cool little flare thing when you put the chakrams out. And so I was like, is that Do I do that? No. Okay. Is that in the B stat? No. All right. Nope.
It's nowhere. All right.
I mean, if those animations are in the game though, because oftentimes
Mhm.
they do, you know what I mean? Like they reuse all
They-
kinds of stuff. It's not like they're totally separate.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that maybe there will be something else with them.
Introduce
or they'll come back.
like slash cool stance.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, they could easily have it one day in the future where you can pick which one of these is your idol and blah blah blah. You know, they could. Would they? I don't know. It'd be a nice
that's one of those
customization
like
thing.
super
Who
odd
knows?
niche like levels of customization. I mean, and
It'd
not
be
to say
cool.
that we don't kind of have some of that already.
We can lean against the wall now. Like, are you kidding me? That's cool.
Yeah. I did want to take a second because this is something I wanted to mention, but I don't really know if we actually have a category distinction for it. So I'm going to kind of just dovetail it into the
That's
moment while I'm
fine.
thinking about it. So we got asked in chat about glamour being the real end game, and what are our
I mean,
thoughts on glamour?
presentation. I mean, that fits with
Yeah.
designs of
Would we
stuff.
like to save it for presentation?
No,
we're
in
in that.
It's good. We're good.
We're in it right now.
Hi, welcome back.
I thought it was just music.
Yeah.
Okay, so presentation. Yeah, sure. Let's put it in there. I wanted to give a thought on glamour, this expansion, because I talked about it a little bit last cast, but I had not actually gotten through the vast majority of content, dungeons, bonus dungeons, etc. So, what we did get that's new, I think is amazing, and I love it.
I agree.
However, I think my final judgment currently still stands on the initial impression that I had, in that there were a lot of reused sets. And in many of the dungeons, like, we did get a new weapon set to accompany them, which I really do appreciate. But I was super mega bummed. I'm not gonna lie, I was not just bummed, I was not just like middle. I was super bummed because some of these dungeons are incredible and had the door open for some really, really fantastic, like, themed sets to go with them. And when I would get to them, and it was just another recolor, every time I was bummed. And then what really tipped it into super mega bummed for me, and what actually led me to change from Vieira, which is not something that I have done since Vieira was released because I loved this, was that, at least from what I am recalling, only one of those dungeons of reused gear had a headpiece that works for Vieira Healer. Everything else, specifically Vieira Healer, even the reused stuff that they put in, none of it, if it didn't work previously when it was in the game for Vieira, none of it works now. And this was particularly upsetting to me when it came to a very specific mask, which I will just leave it at that. Like, a very specific mask, which we've had in the game in previous gear, Hero's Gauntlet. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's in the game. It's an asset. It's not a spoiler. It's a reused gear set.
It's reused.
You know, so
What were the pieces from that dungeon reused?
they were reused.
Parts of it, yeah.
They were reused in the dungeon we were talking about earlier with the NPCs that we love.
I thought that was new, but I mean,
That is a
I remember
direct
that
copy
Gauntlet had similar looking things. I didn't realize it was copied. Okay.
It is copied and recolored. And unfortunately, the healer stuff did not work on healers then, and the healer stuff does not work on healers now. So there is no way for Vieira. So there's no way for me to get a mask of the thing that I would want as a healer on a Vieira. And it is butts, and it made me angry. And so I think the Tombstone gear is great. I think the extreme stuff that we have is great. I think the new stuff that we got was great. But the fact that pretty much all the leveling sets are also just all reused gear, the dungeons was just like reused gear. And then you get some fun little things in the story, but like, I came out feeling very underwhelmed glam game wise. What we got was fantastic and I love it.
Okay.
But for me, it was, I just like, I expect new stuff. You know, I like recolors too, like I see people talking about, but I don't feel like recolors should be something that is the backbone of the new experience that you're getting for, like, you know what I mean? It's like a few of them fine, but not in all the dungeons, and especially if they're all reused and you still can't use them on Vieira. Like, I was just kind of done.
So I think the second dungeon had new armor.
No.
No.
Wait. No, I think
Yes.
you're right. I think I'm
Okay.
flip-flopping first and second.
Okay,
Second dungeon has more armor.
so it's one of those things, right? Where if they add more armor, like you know, what's
Third dungeon also had new armor. Yes.
Yeah, the
Second and
costs
third.
associated with that. It's like so there wasn't not
Right.
any new armor. So you know,
less than you might want.
that having been said, and I'm just gonna say this once and keep it at that, because we've said this before, and we will continue to talk about it forever until they aren't stupid anymore. The fact that we're still getting gear that Hrothgar and Vera can't wear on their heads is fucking stupid. It just is.
It just sucks because the new sets that we got, the headpieces don't work on Viera.
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
I just like
This is the same argument in Shadowbringers. Okay, if you're having a problem getting the back catalog on the head, that's okay. We can understand that a little bit. Going forward, none of the new shit can go on their head. That's fucking stupid. Square, I love you. I've been doing this for a long time. I think you guys make some great games. You make some great decisions for those games. This was one of the stupidest things you've ever done and are continuing to do.
And it's like I do totally, again, I think that because of what they did with the story, I can see what I assume is a direct cause and effect. The scale of the story and stuff like that perhaps didn't lead to as much. But again, these are separate teams usually that are doing this and implementing this, right? Your narrative team is not the team that is like designing and making gear for the game.
Look, Ishikawa, we know you need to wrap up this Hydaelyn Zodiac saga, but if you could make a few more hats for us.
Just one more hat, please.
Please model some more hats. So, I mean, I have no doubt that the rest of the stuff that they give us is going to be great. But as somebody who genuinely look forward, I delight in the unique sets that they have for dungeons. That for me personally, and it won't be the same for everybody, and people will like recolors and people will like, and all that's fine and valid. But from just me speaking, I personally find that part of the delight of a dungeon for me is how did they take the themes and the setting and everything and turn it into new gear that I can wear on my character, new appearances and cosmetics, something that's memorable to me from this. So I was super disappointed, especially in some of those ones where this was a place or this was a region that I want nothing but more stuff from.
So I agree with you. And I'm gonna like counter that, right? I think some of we did get unique sets, and they were from these other locales we haven't been to. And I think also realistically, which is why we didn't get new sets, like you're playing through an expansion for the first time. You were best in slot going in. Are you realistically going to be equipping gear from the first half of the dungeons? No.
Yep.
Are you
I
going
glamour
to?
it.
Yeah. Okay.
I glamour every single item. Are you kidding me? I open the chest and I see what they are. I go to the vendor first.
I'm bringing this up with the wrong person, I guess. For me, like it's like I like new glamour pieces. Don't get me wrong, but I think like to spend. It depends on where the allocation of resources are going.
I feel like if that was the case, though, the new gear would be in later dungeons, and it's not.
And when you compare it to Shadowbringers, like this is the other thing, right?
Okay.
I'm thinking through, and I don't have it in front of me, so unfortunately I can't do this in the most robust way I'd like to, but we had new gear sets, I think, for the vast majority. And the zones, the leveling gear, those were new. With the like cool corseted and the, the dwarf stuff, that was all new and unique. I'm trying to think through. Lakeland had unique gear. What other things did we get? Everybody's gonna be able to help me. There were new weapons in Ilmeg, right? But the gear sets were dyeable versions of the leveling gear from that zone.
Yeah, I mean it's
but that was new.
It's not really any different from any other expansion. I mean, I can
Unravel
remember
was new.
I can remember doing
well.
doing Heaven's Word and like you'd be like, hey, like here's some armor. I'm like, I've seen this before. Like it's recycling stuff.
Malika's well had
Mount
new
Golg.
weapons, but not
Mount Golg was
had
old.
No, well, Mount Golg had an old but dyeable gear set and the new weapon. So they did both.
Yeah, Milik as well was basically crafter gathering gear, but for Disciples of Hand and Land.
So it was old too.
And the parallel dungeon that we have in Endwalker does not give gear for that, which is unfortunate. And that was another one that I would have loved to have seen gear from.
Oh yeah,
but
that'd be cool.
Also though, this expansion gives you AF at 89, so there's that. They do
also
actually change it up a little bit.
Not that it affected any of the dungeons we were just talking about, but last time they had out a contest, several contests in fact, for different gear sets. And so they didn't have to design like 4 or 5 different gear sets. Someone else did.
They still had to implement them and build them and stuff.
Still, but designing is difficult. You know this.
Yeah, but when you look at it all, I mean, honestly, when you look at it all, Shadowbringers had far more unique gear per thing, zone, and dungeon. And we just didn't get that in Endwalker, which is unfortunate because I do adore the different zones and themes.
I think something to consider with that would be the lore.
Sure.
If you were on the first isn't going to have the same fashions as the source. If we're back on,
I'm gonna disagree with that too, real hard.
Fine. That's
fair. I mean, it's an argument you put forward. So, and I do appreciate that. No, I mean, you're right in the sense that yes, but I think from like more of a standpoint of how companies actually do this and the expectations or desire, especially in a game that literally has people who make their entire content or play style around stuff like your fashion and glamour and all this kind of stuff, right? Like, I do still think that whatever the lore reasons, right, the amount of time allocation and resources spent in that area is not usually, as far as I know, determined by lore. It'd be more determined by the scope and so I mean, I think that it just seems like there are probably a lot of other things they had to get done for this.
I think what I'm saying though is there was more of a drive to create more unique things with being on the first than sure. I also think I know. Go ahead.
Oh no, I just said I could see that.
Okay. People talking about how where was it, like crafting and gathering stuff is a bunch of reused stuff from Stormblood. Yes, but the level 90 stuff is new, and it also looks fantastic, by the way. So it's that stuff, right? Yes, people glam stuff. Yes, people want. It's like the never-ending thing, right? Just give us more glam. But in terms of like actual gear and its use, the stuff that get.
When you say in level 90, do you mean like crafted stuff or like AF? Crafter AF?
Both. The crafted stuff and the AF.
Right.
Super, like some of the what is it? In Charlayan, like some of the cool like gear that you see, that's like the level 90 crafter and gatherer stuff.
Okay.
So it looks good. But yeah, I mean, I think it's from 1 to 9, right? 81 to 89. It's just like whatever gear, and you're gonna glamour whatever you're gonna glamour on top of it, and then maybe at the end you have something more unique. And I know that this isn't something that everybody Rook is going to agree with, but it's not like we didn't get new stuff, and it's not like this is a new thing.
It is though, because it wasn't last expansion. Like this is the thing. Like they do this, but I believe and I'll do this. I'll try and remember to do this for next. I'll try and remember to do this because I believe that in every other expansion we've had so far, we have had more unique gear per dungeon than we did here. And maybe I'm super wrong, which is totally fair.
I feel like it might be the same, but I could be wrong too.
I really swear that this has been different this time. And I'll look at it because I should be able to back it up. But I mean, I think
preview correct?
Huh?
Didn't we just preview correct with just the dungeons?
Well, in Shadowbringers, but even if you go back to Stormblood, I mean, I can think of Shisui, it had a unique set. I can think of, like, you know what I mean? Like, I can think of a million dungeons. Heaven Sword, Vault had unique gear. There's so many. Blue Spirit gear was new.
You just named one dungeon from every expansion pack though.
Hold on, I can give you more. I can give you
had
more.
One. Shisui had one. What was Bardom's Metal? Bardom's Metal had its own.
It had a unique set that was unique to
I don't
the
remember
Yol,
what was in Doma Castle. Do you?
Doma Castle has a unique set as well.
Yeah.
But keep also a consideration, and I don't know why I keep trying to push this.
Abania has unique weapons, but not unique gear. I know everything. This is the thing, though. I'm telling you, because I agree. Fusion, I think from a player's standpoint in which people care more about practicality as far as the stats and the functionality of the gear, and yes, reused things are beautiful. I agree that that's definitely a side to this. I want to put out there, because I think this is something that's maybe not as much spoken about, or people tend to dismiss it as being something that's silly or doesn't matter in the context of the numbers of the game, right? But genuinely, how I play this game, and how I think many others who are really into the aesthetic and cosmetics or role play or things like that, genuinely, when I got to a new zone in Endwalker, I went straight to the gear booth. And I would look through every single appearance to see what it was, so that I could buy it if I wanted to for the new look for leveling. When I got into the dungeon, I went in multiple times just looking to see what were all the different cosmetics, appearances, weapons, gear. Like, to me, that is a major foundational thing that I look for when I'm sizing up a new expansion and genuinely giving a review or a thought on it. Because to me, gear design is a way to continually evolve the aesthetic, cosmetic, player agency, and also the lore of your world. And so for me, it is weird when I get to a dungeon where, for some reason, the gear set that I got from another dungeon halfway around the world that's not connected at all.
At least it's on the same world this time.
And stuff like that, you know? And it feels very discordant to me, and it also is disappointing to me in a sense, because well, yes, leveling gear, the actual eye level and stuff, sure, it doesn't matter, whatever, yes, I have all my raid gear from last tier, but I still meticulously went through everything and took stock of it. And then even was like, okay, what's next? Gemstones. Okay, maybe there's unique looks in the bicolor gemstones this time. So then I was like, okay, then next up I'm going to work on fates, and then I'm going to work like, it's an actual major part of how I structure what I do in a game and how I enjoy the rewards of a game. So it's, again, this expansion knocked it out of the park for me. But this was one weird area that I felt a sense of weakness in for whatever reason. Just that, the variety of new, unique designs. I'll try and actually look through, because I am curious now, genuinely. But I believe almost every previous expansion had more unique gear than this one did. I believe that from the top of my memory.
Yeah, I think too, something I'd be curious about, not to necessarily defend this, but figure out why that might be the case. I wonder if that team that works on that, if they've grown or not. Because remember, too, we have Hrothgar, male and female Viera now. So that's even more, work that they have to do for each gear set, especially a new gear set. Not that they're really completing those gear sets on the new things anyway, if you can't wear the damn hats, but, it might be a consideration. But anyway.
Yeah.
I agree though. Like if we look back, it was like four of our 5 non-cap level dungeons had new gear, and this time we only had 2.
Yeah.
So it's disappointing. It's understandable given the situation of the world.
But we got dyeable AF without stupid stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is true, and that's a huge boon, and I do love
without
that.
it being like halfway through the expansion pack.
Yeah,
I'm so
seriously.
happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy how they handled dyeable AF this expansion, because that was like,
it is disappointing, but it's understandable. And of the things that we could be missing out on, I'll get over gear. I'm sure we'll get more later. I'm glad that what we were given we got, especially knowing that they already had to push things back, I guess.
yeah, I think what we have is
I'm
really
disappointed
cool.
too. You're totally valid in your feelings.
Yeah,
I mean,
Thank
it's,
you for
again,
that.
this won't bother many people as much as I think it personally does me or some people that I know, but it's not something that I think is, again, just nonsense. Like, so I appreciate, everybody listening and providing insights. And I do think that dyeable artifact gear is something that probably weighed in on this, as being another option and customizable option earlier on for people. So, I'm excited to see what stuff that they bring with the other, new things that we're getting with the raids, because I'm sure we're going to get a ton of stuff there. And it might just be that they have divvied that up in a different way so that we will get far more stuff, maybe even in subsequent patches as well. So all of that's really possible,
Yeah.
Please look forward to it.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, so I got minor to 86. Boy, do some of those moon textures look like ass when you're right up on them. Like it's like if you're just flying around, you're like, oh, you can like see like the kind of the cracks and the shadows and stuff. But if you're right there, it looks terrible. It really looks bad.
I guess I haven't looked that closely.
Maybe don't if you want to save yourself. It's just get like right on the edge of that. Some of those texture. It's just wow.
I mean, it's like looking close up at Hien. Yes, you want to, but no, you also don't want to because the textures are not great. And that's stuff that they have to fix.
Yeah, but we also know that they're gonna fix those.
Yeah,
well,
it's one of those things where I don't make games. I don't build engines for games. I don't know the technical aspects of this, but if this were a thing that they were actively looking into and they said so before the launch of an expansion, don't you think that maybe the stuff for the new expansion maybe wouldn't look so bad?
We didn't talk about furniture.
Chat just brought in the furniture component. Now Zanidra is like, I'm ready.
There's a new what do you call it? Remember the cool screen things that they like showed one of? Like, oh, there's gonna be so many cool ones. We're gonna get like Amara, and then they only put out 2, and we're like, oh. There's like 2 more, and one of them is Western Highlands with like the pike, and then like Falcon's Nest with like the like Borealis effect. Looks super cool. Love that. Still no Amarant, so that's kind of a bummer. But
one day.
Yeah, I mean, furniture's
the other one is
all right.
Ruby Sea.
Yeah. So like they're cool.
I wanted more, but I'm greedy. I'm real greedy when it comes to furnishing. What they gave us were pretty cool. Yes, there was a waterfall finally. There is a waterfall that's not the fountain. What is it? Limlane's fountain thing with the fish tail.
The super crazy weird thing that doesn't go with anything.
It's a beautiful waterfall. I think it matches the koi pond too. So if
it's that same kind of aesthetic.
The koi pond.
Now that we're talking furniture, I alluded to this last week, and it's not really a spoiler. I mean, it wasn't back then, but when I was talking about how I did all the fates in Garlemald first, and like how the reward for it was just like completely like stupid. Garlean containers. It's just a stack of like boxes. That's it. Not worth the effort. It's just a stack of boxes.
You need boxes for your stuff.
I don't. It's an outdoor furnishing, so it's just a pile of boxes. What
would you have liked to see from Garlemald?
Give me like a train car.
Like a broken one or a fixed one?
It's like a full ass train car. Look, if Thavner Fates give you a freaking boat, give me a train car.
I'm really bummed they're not tradable just because I do have a house that's set up to look like a boat and I would like to make like a dockyard in the yard.
There you go. Give me some of the stuff from the park. There you go.
I was really like proud of them that they paid attention to the items from the trials that you could make into stuff. I did not put them in there because they're very spoilery.
Yeah.
I was like, what is this even for? There's not a furniture for it. Look online at gamerscape.com, and there definitely is a furnishing for it, but you can't accidentally spoil yourself.
You say that, but then they also do have furniture from the last area.
Do they?
Which they do. But it's named in a way that's probably vague enough that you're just like, okay.
All right, whatever this is.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. But that's like the one kind of like spoiler-ish potentially thing. Was looking at the furniture list. It's a table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's also a okay. Yeah, that's fine. Probably wouldn't know.
Yeah,
Plus,
it's one of those things.
We've already had an area in the game with the name of that table.
Have we?
Yeah.
Before this expansion?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't do housing, so none of this would ever get to
this
me
entire
anyway,
conversation. Like, what is even?
I don't.
Sorry for being vague, everybody. We just don't want to do spoilies.
It's a table. It might be the only. I don't know how many tables they released with Endwalker. If you really want to know, go into your house. If you have a house, or go into your apartment. do the image preview and look for a table. That's the one we're talking about.
It's really pretty. I want it.
It
I
looks
like
alright.
it. I think it's pretty.
It's like a mix between like a 3D printer threw up and somebody calling it modern art.
Wow.
Anyway, here we are talking about a table for 5 hours on Aetheryte Radio. Welcome in. This is the Gamerscapes podcast talking about tables in Final Fantasy XIV.
I really like.
We can't talk about the story.
We can't talk about anything else. So that's it. Tune in next week as we talk about our top 10 favorite tables.
I really like the sort of Art Nouveau style of stuff, like the way things look organic, and that to the table sides look like that to me.
Yeah. I can see that totally. I think that's everything. Is there anything else that we need to
so many
about?
things, but that's for next time in what, 2 weeks?
A couple weeks,
3 weeks.
3 weeks, yeah.
Oh my god.
We forgot to score this. So
Oh yeah.
here at Gamerscape, we
Numbers.
are giving Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker a 9 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Total.
So there
Between
you go.
all four of us.
All four
our
of us,
cumulative
we have
scores.
cumulatively decided 9 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's it for this episode. We'll do our outro here in a few. But real quick, just a reminder for everybody, we are off next week. Because next Saturday is Christmas. It's just right on the holiday. Zen, what do you?
I'm doing a week count.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like, and like you had to like interject,
No,
and I wasn't.
sorry.
You're like waving it around, like trying to get my attention. I'm like, what? Did I miss something? So next week on Saturday, it lands right on the holiday. The week after that also lands right on the holiday, on the 1st. So we are planning to come back on January 8th, and when we come back on January 8th, our plan is to, whether he's available or not, we're just gonna grab Moose. We're gonna bring him in because we need to talk about some shit. Some stuff has happened.
So like, just the three of you? Just because
Magfest.
Charles and I
We
won't
could
be
talk
here.
about it later. I could just be here. It's
Oh,
fine.
God.
That's what
Oh,
I was gonna do.
don't
So it
do
doesn't
that.
matter.
Well,
forgot
I
about
mean,
that.
to be fair, Fusion did try. Fusion, you did post those up, I think.
I
This
did.
is our own internal scheduling issue.
Mhm, Yep.
I
But
did. This is the schedule
We
we
will be
have to
doing
do. We'll reconvene.
It's totally fine. I was just double checking because I thought
Yeah.
that we were rating.
We have so many things planned. We'll reconvene.
If
Right?
it must be done, do what must be done.
Yeah, we have things scheduled already for like February, which is crazy.
Mhm.
I think we mentioned it last week. We'll have Susan Calloway on early February. There's another guest we're planning on too. I don't know if we locked that. We got a lot of stuff happening in the scheduling department, which is really hard because we don't actually have a scheduling department.
Yeah.
So
It's
it's all just
It's
all
us in a
over the
Google
place,
Doc.
as you can tell. Yeah. But yeah, the plan is when we come back on the 8th, might change a little bit. We'll talk and we'll figure that out here. Lorecast, we are planning to whenever we do these, we're planning to hopefully that's enough. I mean, Bojo, we ended up stretching into like 3 somehow. I don't know how the hell that happened. But we were planning on 2. I think at that point we'll try and tack Pandemonium onto that as well, since it will be out.
that's going to be like 5. If just Bojo was 3, we have so many feelings about this. It's going to be like 5.
It's we gotta factual things and feelings, and we need to find that middle ground.
This expansion is about feelings.
Yeah. It's kind of almost is.
it really is, though, to
It
be honest.
actually is.
What's our MacGuffin for this new expansion? Are we gonna have like light wardens, or how about just feelings?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Sesame Street, thanks.
Okay, every JRPG in existence, more like it. This is very normal. Very normal.
Feelings were felt. So we'll be back in a few weeks. Lorecast or shortly thereafter. But yeah, we we want to talk about this stuff. Believe us. We're like chomping at the bit to like.
Very much so.
Yes, we absolutely want to. I mean, it's just such a tough situation right now, honestly. I mean, it's tough as it is because we always want to let people in the community have as much time as possible to play through these sorts of things, right? That's something that Final Fantasy XIV excels at so well. The community really tries, for the most part, to let people have a spoiler-free experience as much as possible.
People are starting to slip a little bit. So like if you still need to finish MSQ, please be aware that maybe Twitter isn't as safe as it was 2 weeks ago.
It's true. But I mean, honestly, this is something where many of us, ourselves included, understand that it's been really hard for people to log in to play. It's been impossible for people to get new copies now because they literally aren't selling the game. It has been a really difficult time for people to be able to get through one of the longest stories possible. So, I mean, again, we appreciate everybody listening, and it's never easy to not have spoilers, and we can't wait to get to talk about them. But it is something to just give people a little more breathing room without having blatant stuff immediately, like, in this rush dumped on them. So we have a lot of feelings we want to yell about too. We want to hear all your feelings. But again, until a lot of that is up, and we aren't even quite at 2 weeks yet as of recording this, from the actual full release of the game versus early access. So we just try and keep it chill for everybody and still yell about things. So
yeah.
I don't know how many times today we said that thing, that thing.
The thing. I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil anything. Go back. We should go back. We'll do our own like watch show where we just
we should just dub over and
redo this, and we just take a drink every time we say we're not gonna spoil something.
Okay, it'll be a dual game. We'll put back in the words that we took out. So when we say that thing, we can be like, it was blah. And then also, anytime any of us say spoiler, drink. It'll be real fun. It'll be great.
I think that's great. I love that idea. Yes.
Oh man, that's funny. I mean, we could do that. I mean,
we can do it, and we can pause. We can stop and start and elaborate, skip ahead. We can benchmark the major points. I think that's a great idea.
It's not the worst idea.
I don't have to do anything for it, so I'm fine with this.
All right. If you want, let's go ahead. We'll roll our outro here. You can find me on the internet at Raffledurg on everything, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. I do have my entire non-edited playthrough of Endwalker. If you really want to see how I feel about certain plot beats, you can check it out there. Zen, where can they find you?
Hello, I am Zenidra_A on Twitter. I'm Strawberry Bop on, what is that thing called? Twitch. I don't really do anything on there yet, but it sure is a good placeholder for eventual stuffs. And right now, Charles and I do a D&D podcast on actually both a Twitch and a YouTube called Plus the Word, One the Number, Shot the Word, +1 shot. We have 3 different games going. It's not super consistent right now because many holidays and also Endwalker. But starting in the new year, we'll be going all 3 games pretty consistently again. And it's a fun time.
All do you know? I know. Have you gotten your OnlyFans Daniels up yet? Are you still working on that?
Aldi Fan Daniels.
Aldi Fan Daniels. Yeah, I actually do have the page. I have it. I don't know what I'm going to put on it yet. Okay. Like I said, there's some stuff that's a little too risque. I want to start with the ear picture, maybe the knee, just to see. You never know. We might have some sort of VR treadmill.
I'm so bummed that this new contact slide takes up everything, because when I said OnlyFans Daniels, Rook gave me I think the world's biggest eye roll that I have ever seen.
Yes.
Okay, we gotta wait until the spoilers cast for my thoughts on that.
Oh yeah, that'll be good. But only Twitter for now. Aldi, it is easy and hard to spell. I guess it's fake French, like all L's and R's. But one day there'll be more, probably, maybe.
And Rook, we've got some changes.
Yeah.
To where people can find you. They've been a long time coming. Where can people find you now on the internet?
At long last, you can find me on Rookery. So we are no longer Bird of Chess. We are Rookery from here on out. A little bit different with Twitter because it does have the underscore after it, but everywhere else it is just plain Rookery. And we've got a bunch of stuff up there. My own MSQ playthrough with all of my feelings and all of the stuff is going up right now. The first 2 portions are out. And I also have a music video I did of answers up there. Which if you haven't checked out yet, we did it in full costume and cosplay, and it came out before Endwalker did. And let me just say that I am so grateful that we did it now with every fiber of my being. So if you haven't seen it yet, any support means the world. But of course, Rookery now for everything. It's so great to finally have this name change through.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You can contact us here on the show, Aetheryte Radio at gamerscape.com. If you want to throw us an email, you can also tweet at us at Aetheryte Radio. You can also, of course, find us on Gamerscape everywhere. Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Discord, discord.gg/Gamerscape. We have an Aetheryte Radio channel on there. You can come and talk to us about the show. We do have a spoiler channel right now for Endwalker as well. So if you're like us and you have finished the MSQ and you just need to talk to somebody, you just need to get something out there, we got you covered. We'll be leaving that up for at least a couple more weeks. Because expansions are long, and congestion makes it even longer this time around. So that will be up till at least the new year, if not longer. So if you need a spot to talk about various things that have happened, there you go. That is going to do it for us for this week. Thanks everybody for hanging out, and we will see you here in the new year.
Have a good one. Have so much fun.
Bye.
Be safe.
Happy holidays. Yes, be safe.